Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Asghar Zaidi. I am the Vice Chancellor at Government College University, Lahore. I am very pleased to welcome you to the very first conference organized by our newly established Ash-Shadhili Research Center in collaboration with our Institute of History. The conference is inspired by Ash-Shadhili's core values, in which they highlight a close relationship between intellectualism and social action. So, this newly established Ash-Shadhili Research Center on Sufism, science, and technology aims to examine the relationship between our mystical ideas and the material world, especially the material world that is linked to science and technology. The title of this virtual conference is Sufis' Sacred Material Worlds. One of the many ways that one can explain Sufism is to examine a relationship which people have between God and humans. And usually our religious scholars adopt this approach. But another way is to analyze a horizontal relationship between humans and their material world. And this is the sole purpose of this discussion. So our guest scholars of today's conference will indeed be raising many of these questions, many of the pertinent questions from this perspective. The main contention of our scholars is therefore the formulation of mystical ideas and the shaping of the material world in a two-way process. For instance, conditions of the material world do affect mystics. That's one way. And the other way is how mystics, through their ideas and practices, influence our material world. For explaining the Muslim mystics' relationship with the material world, our participants will raise very interesting and pertinent questions, such as, what do Sufis do when they have to take up an armed struggle? How do they reflect their ideas in architecture? How do Sufis and sacred sources shape their belief system? How do they debate the question of identity and nationalism? How do Sufis negotiate with colonial powers and the challenges emerge because of colonialism? How do they produce popular literature based on their mystic thoughts? And how do they go about organizing festivals to invoke emotions such as happiness? All these questions are indeed related to this world, which we called Sufis' sacred material world. By asking such questions related to our political, social, cultural, and intellectual history, we hope through this conference and many conferences like this in the future to initiate and continue academic discussions on appreciate different facets of Sufism and Sufis, and with their diverse meaning and nuances for each one of us. I hope that the intellectual debate in this conference will greatly benefit the audience and will draw insights that would be beneficial for our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Asghar Zaidi. Our first speaker today is Tahir Kamran. He teaches history at the Department of Liberal Arts, Beaconhouse National University, Lahore. Tahir Kamran will discuss the militant phase of the Sufis. He suggests that although Sufis are often described as tolerant, open to difference, and largely non-political, a closer study of the history of Sufis contradicts this view, and we can find numerous mystics who were warriors and can be seen as political.
Thank you very much. I'm enormously grateful to the Institute of History and Dr. Hussain, as well as the Vice Chancellor of GC University, Professor Asghar Zaidi, for holding this very scholarly venture on Sufism and asking me to make a presentation. I am thoroughly honored and I stand beholden. So in my presentation, I will just talk about the vernacularization of Sufism, showing that Sufism is not all that peaceful. It has some militant aspect to it, which is not referred to in most of the studies. So the perception about Sufism all around the globe is that Sufis are passive, pacifist, and easygoing, and they don't have any violent aspect to it. But I will try in this presentation. I will just try to prove the point that it is not the case in entirety. So I will go on to refute the general perception about Sufis to be pacifist, reconciliatory, and averse to violence. Thus, it is defined as tolerant, open to difference, and largely non-political phenomenon. However, a close study of Sufism's history controverts this view. We find numerous spiritual figures who were warriors, and virtue thereof, they can be designated as political. Who were warriors. Historically, some Sufis have practiced and justified violence as an ethical form of struggle in the world. One such personality was Pir Abdur Rahman bin Abbas bin Rabia bin Haris, whose burial site is in the neighborhood of Garh Maharaja in the district Jhang on Jhang Muzaffargarh Road. The site of this his mausoleum or tomb exists at the cusp of three districts, Jhang, Multan, and Muzaffargarh. But his following goes far beyond southern confines of the Punjab. His influence has reached interior Sindh and Balochistan. The information about Pir Abdur Rahman has reached us through oral narration in the form of a tale. And that is what I have designated Pir Abdur Rahman as the agent of vernacularization of Sufism. Before embarking on to reflect on the militant face of Sufism epitomized in the figure of Pir Abdur Rahman, preponderant perceptions circulating far and wide about Sufism, its aim and significance are furnished here in this my presentation, so that everything is put in a perspective. Sufism, mystical Islamic belief and practice in which certain Muslim sections seek to find the truth of divine love and knowledge through direct personal experience of God, compared to other Islamic sects which are puritanically orientated. Sufism is perceived as much more moderate, tolerant, and peaceful. By educating the masses and deepening the spiritual concerns of the Muslims, Sufism has played an important role in the formation of Muslim society. Opposed to the dry and casuistry of the opposed to the dry and very bland sort of a version propounded by lawyer divines, the mystics nevertheless scrupulously observe the commands of the divine law. Their articulation is socially and culturally mediated. Local language and social practices have usually been employed by the Sufis while instructing masses about the divine message. The Encyclopedia of World Religions states, Sufis believe that the human spirit, being a direct emanation from the divine command, is therefore an emanation of God himself and could find its highest aim only in the obliteration of its illusory selfhood and absorption into the eternal reality. The Sufism aims communion with God through spiritual realization, soul being the agency of this communion and propounding the God to be not only the cause of all existence but the only real existence. It may provide a vital link to understand the source of religious experience and its impact on mental health. Athar Abbas Rizvi's monumental works provide sufficient evidence about the profound impact that Sufism had left on religious, cultural, and social life in South Asia. Sufi scholars traveling from all over continental Asia had been a source of socio-cultural synthesis in the medieval times. Therefore, they were instrumental and influential in the social, economic, and philosophic development of India, outlining the four principles of repentance, sincerity, remembrance, and love. Or you can say that it gives a cosmopolitan look to Sufism when you can equate all these four principles with the general postulates accepted by even UNO and even the Christian world, like forgiveness, empathy, and compassion. So it traces the fundamental stages and states of the spiritual novice's transformative journey, emphasizing the importance of embracing both human limitations and God's limitless love. But during the days of political disorder, Sufis had forsaken the path of love and resorted to militancy. Shah Jamal fought on behalf of Pathans against Sadduzais, against the Sikhs when later wanted to capture Multan. In recent years, various think tanks such as the RAND Corporation and Heritage Foundation and a host of academics from different universities have counseled Muslim states to sponsor moderate Sufi orders to mitigate the fast prevailing influence of violent outfits which have mushroomed in various Muslim polities. In Morocco, King Mohammed IV has been said to have promoted Sufism to ward off violent extremist groups and to diminish the power of his political adversaries, which subscribe to Salafi creed. Similarly, the governments of several Muslim countries besides Morocco have gone on to sponsor the adherence of certain Sufi orders or silsilas to varying degrees. The reasoning behind this maneuver is the supposition that Sufis are more tolerant than their counterparts, namely the Salafi groups that have condemned Sufi practice or Deobandi ideology which prioritize Sharia over Tariqa, and that this tolerance presumably will translate into less interference with state power. It has also generated a dichotomous perception of Islam in American foreign policy circles. In this view, there is a friendly Islam which is apolitical and transcendent and thus associated with Islamic mysticism or tasawwuf, and unfriendly Islam more closely associated with revivalist and reform movements that openly express political goals. In fact, Sufism is construed as being fundamentally different from normative Islam. As Abdullah Lipton states, Islam is understood as inherently intolerant and incompatible with Western secularism, while Sufism is claimed to be profoundly tolerant and secular because its similarity to Christianity. In simpler words then, while Islam is depicted as legalistic and rigid, Sufism is underlined as an alternative Muslim subjectivity. What really confounds me is the difference that he is making between religion, Islam, and Sufism. it seems as if he is just excluding Sufism from Islam. That comes like a shock. World-renowned historians and scholars of Islam, as well as Orientalists such as Marshall Hodgkin, Mikkel Essen, Placio, and Henry Corbin, have highlighted what Marshall Hodgkin described as Catholic or ecumenical aspect of Islamic mysticism, and also its similarity to Christian mysticism. In their view, Sufism managed to expand institutionally throughout the Muslim world because of its ability to transcend borders and also presumably politics. That was despite the militant roles played by some Sufi orders in advocating defensive jihad or lesser jihad, as it is said, or it is branded by some of the exegetes of Islam, in conjunction with greater jihad, struggle against ego, which is Jihad Akbar, as well as broader programs of Islamic reform and spiritual practice. A prominent example of this type of activity by Sufis in North Africa is that of Abdul Qadir al-Jaziri, an Algerian Sufi sheikh and early nationalist leader known for his ethical conduct in war and protection of Christians, who led an organized military resistance against French colonial occupation. Even in India, a majority of Sufis and religious scholars came with the invading armies from the northwest and Iran. While surfing the landscape of southeastern Punjab, several orally transmitted sources reveal the punitive character of some Sufis, which too is an amazing aspect. Whenever they had to contend with the recalcitrance of the people subjected to their instruction, they resorted to depriving them from water, as a Sufi did in Chiniot. River Chenab's water was sucked in by the Sufi in his water pot, or in a common parlance it's called lota. Such examples are very many. In agrarian societies, depriving communities from water is the biggest punishment. Now I will come back to the description of Pir Abdur Rahman bin Abbas bin Rabia bin Haris bin Abdul Muttalib, and who was very close to closely related to Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. Haris was the eldest uncle of Holy Prophet, and he was a progeny of Haris. He was a great grandson of Hazrat Haris. Therefore, he was Hashmi and Quraishi. In the local area of Shorkot and Jhang and Gar Maharaja, he is called Pir Abdur Rahman Quraishi by some people. So he came to this part of the subcontinent because he was hounded by the Umayyad governor of Iraq, Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf al-Saqafi, a highly capable though ruthless statesman, strict in character, a harsh and demanding master. Al-Hajjaj was widely feared by his contemporaries and became a deeply controversial figure because of persecutions and mass executions orchestrated by him. Talking about Abdur Rahman, who was a close companion of Hazrat Ali, the son-in-law of Holy Prophet and the fourth Caliph. So he sided with Hazrat Ali in a long-drawn power tussle between Hazrat Ali and Amir Muawiyah. Abdul Rahman's Hashmi ancestry, coupled with his unequivocal support for Hazrat Ali, provided good enough an excuse for the Umayyad tormentor to hound him. With reference to Hazrat Ali, it merits mention that he was a fount of spiritual enlightenment for most of the Sufi orders. Concomitantly, he was a warrior par excellence. Therefore, the title of Sher Khuda was granted to him. Same is said about Hazrat Abu Bakr, the spiritual fountainhead of Naqshbandiya order. This spiritual quest to reach out to supra-rational being was not considered as a binary opposite to the action demonstrable in the battlefield. Prior to the systematization of Sufism in structures of sorts or Sufi orders, Sufis had been striking a balance between excelling in the realm of esoteric and their military prowess. It was probably under the British that Sufis were described merely as the symbols of lethargy and inaction and esoteric practices. After having established that Sufis earlier on epitomized the balance between the spiritual excellence and mundane life, including their action in the battlefield, that included, we now can talk about Abdurrahman's coming to Sindh and rule Sistan. Then the spread of Sindh principality included Multan and the territories in its outskirts, and Shorkot and Garh Maharaja and Muzaffargarh. Those areas were in the outskirts of Multan. To put the whole debate in perspective, it is pertinent to underscore the story of Pir Abdur Rahman that has been transmitted through oral source in a form of a legend. That legend is an inalienable part of the folk memory, which has been transmitted from one generation to the next. Kudos to Professor Samiullah Qureshi, who has noted this legend in his scholarly book, Sarzameen-e-Jang, Asar wa Sakafat. It is worth mentioning that the events and their sequence as preserved in the orally transmitted narrative does not fulfill the set criterion of authenticity required of history. After having laid out the context, we need to circumscribe the scope of our inquiry, to Abdurrahman bin Abbas, who was a part of, whose status was that of a Taba Tabin, and by virtue of that status, he comes after the companions of Holy Prophet. It has been noted in Tazkra-hai Awliya Hind that because of the esteemed status of Pir Abdur Rahman, such revered figures like Bahauddin Zikriya, Friduddin Ganshakar, Jalaluddin Surkh Bukhari, Shahbaz Qalandar, and Sultan Bahu had been paying visits to the shrine of Pir Sahib. Some of them spent days and they held muraqabas and chillahs there. Pir Abdur Rahman was born in 37 after Hijrah, if we describe it in an Islamic calendar, 659 AD. Thus, he had arguably been one of the earliest Arab Muslims to venture into northern India and made proselytizing of Islam as his mission. Exact date of his slipping into subcontinent and his settling down at a place known as Kasba Pir Abdur Rahman could not be worked out with any measure of exactitude either. However, conjecturally speaking, he came to subcontinent around 83 or 84th year of Hijrah calendar. The settlement named after him is situated on the west of the road that leads from Garh Maharaja to Ahmadpur Sial. It is tantalizingly close to the mainstream of the river Chenab. That settlement is solely inhabited by Qureshi clan, who are supposedly the progeny of Pir Sahib. One thing appears quite certain, according to Professor Qureshi, that the message of Islam had reached Jhang in the 1st century of the Hijrah calendar, which is very, very significant piece of information. At the spot where he settled down, Pir Abdur Rahman built a mosque from where he disseminated the message of Islam. That mosque exists to this day, but the noteworthy aspect is its antiquity. Professor Qureshi contends that this might be one of the oldest mosques ever built in this part of the subcontinent. That claim is very significant but needs further authentication from archaeological sources. Folklore furnishes us with the name of a small principality, Zorovar, the remnants of which exist not far from the shrine of Pir Abdur Rahman, because I have gone to witness those remnants myself. However, no mention has ever been made of it either in the Tazkiras, Jung gazetteers, or the colonial settlement reports. That site calls for the attention of archaeologists and historians so that newer vistas of knowledge are opened in the realm of regional history. Let's turn to the legend associated with Pir Abdur Rahman, which is a part of folklore, thus an early medieval event of history is preserved through oral source. Because of its orality, that probably is the reason that dates and years are not part of the narration of that folk. Before telling you that tale preserved in a folklore, it must be noted down that he, according to the tombstone at the head of his grave, Pir Abdur Rahman died in 122 after Hijrah at the age of 85. So now, when Umayyad army was in pursuit of Pir Abdur Rahman and his companions, he was fleeing off. So near the river Chambal. Chambal is a name that is given to river Chenab by the local community. So he saw a woman who was crying there. He stopped and he asked through his messenger, Sinti messenger, what was the problem? Why was she crying? She told that Raja Sil, who rules over the principality of Zorovar, he was building a fort, and one corner of the fort could not be completed. It had the tendency of falling down every now and then. So he consulted his astrologer, and astrologer, after working out his expertise and his tricks, he found out that a young boy whose mother is a widow should be laid at the foundation of that corner of a fort. That will enable that corner of a fort to sustain itself. So she was widowed because her husband had died some time ago because of some ailment. So they snatched his son, and son was buried in the corner of that side of the fort. And she expostulated, she implored them, but no one listened to her. So that's the reason she was crying. So Pir Abdur Rahman helped her. The hard-pitched battle was fought against that Raja Sil. Raja Sil was defeated, and he fell victim to the arrow of Pir Abdur Rahman. And in that hard-fought battle, many of his companions also martyred. And the graves of those people exist in a qabristan or in a graveyard adjacent to his shrine. So that's how, so he then decided to settle down here, because after the Zorovar army was defeated, many of their people, populace, they embraced Islam because of the justice dispensed by Pir Abdur Rahman, and because of his affable character, which was the Sufi aspect of his persona. And it was then there that he established his mosque, and he started teaching Islamic message. And he sent his son Abu Bakr and his close companion Tufail in the far and wide of the Sindh principality to spread the message of Islam. And that's how he settled down in Qasba Abdur Rahman, Pir Abdur Rahman, that exists and that's flourishing right now. His Urs happens with all the pomp and glory. And but in the annals of Sufi history, he is conspicuously missing. Even monumental work of Atarbas Rizvi does not mention him in his 2-volume monumental work. So he is a much revered figure. His influence is quite extensive, and he also shows that he was a Sufi as well as he was a warrior. Wherever the calling was made to him to fight, he fought. Otherwise, he was a Sufi in his character. So all said and done, this is quite simplistic and quite facile. A conclusion that people tend to draw, that Sufis are absolutely passive and peaceful characters. They are very active, and they believed in action. So I think we should get away from the perception that has pervaded so deep into our consciousness by the colonial Orientalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tahir. Our second speaker for the conference is Hussain Ahmad Khan. Hussain Ahmad Khan teaches at the Institute of History at Government College University, Lahore. His talk is on Muslim identity and Sufi shrine architecture in the 19th century Punjab. He will discuss how the Chishti Sufis associated the idea of a Muslim identity with the shrine architecture by interpreting different images and decorative motifs according to the religious scriptures.
Thank you, Fatima. My presentation is based on one of the chapters of my book, Artisans, Sufis, Shrines. In the book, I discussed Punjabi artisans' relationship with Sufi institutions and the British art institutions. In the 19th century Punjab, the Sufis associated the idea of a Muslim identity with the shrine architecture by interpreting different images and decorative motifs according to the religious scriptures. Several scholars dealing with 19th century Sufism use a term Neo-Sufism to denote new tendencies within the Sufi traditions. These tendencies included Sufis' involvement in militant anti-colonial activities, their strict observance of Sharia, that is the Islamic law, and active participation in politics to establish or protect Islamic states. The concept of Neo-Sufism is equally useful for understanding the tendencies among 19th century Sufis in Punjab, who largely belonged to the Chishtiya Silsila. They perceived the Sikhs and the British as a threat to the very existence of Islam in India. With the decline of the Mughals, the Sufis set for themselves an objective of countering moral decline and purifying the religion to save the dwindling Muslim power. Sufi communities profess the idea of a Muslim leader, Khalifa or Imam, capable of managing both religious and temporal responsibilities. In the early 19th century Punjab, the Sufis turned against the Sikh rulers for a number of reasons, such as the destruction of mosques and Sufi shrines, abduction of Muslim women by the Sikhs, plundering and killing of Sufis and other Muslims, restrictions on Muslims' performance of their religious duties, forceful conversions of Muslims to Sikhism, and revolts of the Sikhs against the Muslim rulers. Similarly, the Sikhs were also suspicious of Muslim circles because of their association with the local Muslim rulers and a different religion. Maharaja Ranjit Singh did patronize several shrines, but the gulf between the Sikhs and the Sufis could not be bridged. The response of the Sufi communities to the Sikh rule varied. Sufis who were not within the Sikh territories preferred militant resistance to protect the Muslim rulers in the adjacent states such as Bahawalpur and Multan, while Sufis who lived within Sikh territories avoided militancy, many of them later helping the British against the Sikhs. Several Sufi groups waged jihad against the British for various reasons. First, Sufis perceived the British rule as a Christian rule because the East India Company patronized the Christian missionaries. The British confiscated land grants to various Sufi khanqa and shrines. The British also demolished many shrines, especially in Delhi in 1857, and many followers of Sufis in Punjab were involved in the 1857 revolt and were subsequently killed. A number of Sufis strictly prohibited their followers from adopting British employment. Whether Sufis adopted militant strategy or aimed to promote Islamic culture, they forged an alliance with artisans who had their own reasons for joining these resistant communities. For instance, the weavers were badly affected by the colonial policies of exporting cotton and importing textile products. Similarly, the cobblers were concerned because of the export of leather, which severely affected the shoe markets in the Punjab. Sufis were well aware of these economic exploitation, and the articulation of these grievances helped them to gather the support of artisans. One such 19th century Sufi was Shah Ghulam Ali of Shah Jahanabad. He enjoyed a great deal of support from the weavers. Ali spoke out against the trading activities of the East India Company. Fazl Khair Abadi, a Sufi scholar from Awadh, also viewed the colonial exploitation as the root cause of the 1857 revolt. As early as 1827, he had argued that the Indian society was declining both morally and economically due to the East India Company's economic ventures. Khair Abadi declared that jihad would be an obligation if the British attacked India. Later, he was arrested and exiled. Motivation by such Sufis, especially from the Chishti Sabri order, involved artisans in military conflict with the British. In this context, the Sufi patrons attempted to express their worldview through shrine architecture. Now I will present a case study of the construction of Khwaja Suleiman Tonsfi's shrine. Khwaja Suleiman Tonsfi was one of the leading Sufis in the 19th century Chishtiya Silsila. He spent most of his life in his ancestral village Tonsa Sharif in Dera Ghazi Khan district, where now his shrine is also located. Like other Sufis, Tonsfi was critical of the Sikh rule and the East India Company, but he did not participate in any military campaign. However, his friends and disciples took part in various revolts against the Sikhs. Suleiman Tonsfi wanted to revive the Islamic Tamaddun, that is Islamic culture in the subcontinent, which he believed could make it possible to reclaim political authority and eliminate social inequalities and economic exploitation. He disseminated these ideas through his khanqa at Tonsa, situated among an overwhelmingly Muslim population of mostly cultivators and artisans. He used local dialects to introduce his followers to the Quran, the Prophet's tradition, and the classic Arabic and Persian Sufi text to define a separate identity. Tonsfi effectively communicated the message to his followers who showed their dislike for the English language, dress, and architecture. Many of his followers used architecture to express their ideas. For instance, Tonsfi's successor and grandson, Khwaja Alabakhsh Tonsfi, built shrines, sarai, mosque, madaris, and residences in Tonsa on the pattern of the Central Asian architectural style. The architecture of Tonsfi's shrine shows how he and his successors reinforced the Muslim identity by relating architectural practices to Sufi ideas. The construction began in the 1840s and was probably completed in the 1880s. Tonsfi personally supervised the process, and after his death in 1851, his grandson made extensive additions and patronized many new buildings on the same lines. So the shrine and its various decorative motifs represent not only Suleiman Tonsfi's understanding of a separate identity, but also that of his successors. Apart from the artisan's skills, availability of construction material and finances, the ideas and interest of royal patrons and the Sufi silsila strongly influenced shrine architecture in medieval India. So, the sultans and the Suhrawardi Sufis in Multan region promoted Central Asian architecture to create a home-like space for the immigrant Sufis. The Mughals patronized the construction of Chishti shrines, which borrowed the decorative motifs from various traditions such as the Hindu temples and palaces and Persian architecture, thereby representing Chishti Sufism as a local tradition. Hence, the choice of a style by either the Sufi community or the royal patrons was, in most of the cases, meaningful. Being a Chishti Sufi, Tonsfi was supposed to select the late Mughal style for his shrine by following the architecture of the shrines of prominent Chishti masters such as the Moinuddin Chishti Ajmeri and Nizamuddin Auliya. Even the shrine of Tonsfi's immediate Sufi master, Nur Maharvi, located in Chishtiya, Bhavalpur, was built with the white marble and shows the influences of the late Mughal style. But Tonsfi preferred a Multani style which was borrowed from Central Asia, expressing his association with the Persian tradition. He was not the only 19th century Chishti Sufi who rejected the late Mughal style. Shrines of Hafiz Jamal and Khwaja Ghulam Farid were also built in the same style. Tonsfi's selection of artisan builders for his architectural undertaking shows how careful he was in associating his project with Muslim identity. Tonsfi engaged a number of artisan families for his project. Two amongst them were the Ansari and the Rajput. Both families were closely associated with the Sufis and had developed some kind of acquaintance with Sufi ideas. These artisan builders followed the Sufi adab, that is, manners. They took bath of Suleiman Tonsfi. Before beginning their work, they used to perform wuzu and do zikr. By performing such acts, they reinforced their belief in Sufi teachings and distinguished the Muslim way of undertaking an architectural project. The artisan builders regularly attended the discussions at the Khanqa which familiarized them with Sufi ideas and provided a theological basis to their craft practices. Working on shrine projects proved to be beneficial for artisan builders. It increased their social networking with the Sufi communities, traders, and elites, and thus secured more construction projects. Shrine-based communities must have given fatuh, which were unasked gifts, to artisans as well. Undertaking a construction project meant an association with that shrine for a long time because the custodian of shrines used to hire the same family for repair and extension. Artisan builders attributed these economic opportunities to the blessing powers of Sufis. Decorative motifs and inscriptions used in Sufi's shrine are closely related to the political context of 19th century India and the fears, anxieties, and expectations of the shrine-based community. One of the Quranic inscriptions on the wall of the mosque in Sufi's shrine complex mentions the existence of God in symbolic terms. In the Sufi tradition, this idea of recognizing God through symbols is extensively elaborated by Ibn al-Arabi, and like most of the Sufis in Punjab, Salman Sufi followed them. Ibn al-Arabi argues that symbols help in communicating with the unseen worlds, but these should be interpreted according to Sufi knowledge to avoid any misconception. With this perspective, Salman Sufi and the artisan builders viewed symbols in shrine architecture. Artisan builders made different images of plants, flowers, hearts, perfume bottles, and fruits in the shrine. One such image is a tree with a variety of flowers and fruits. 19th century artisans called it Hamagul, meaning everything. Etymologically, the term Hamagul and the Sufi idea of Hama-ost, which means all is He, God, have similar meanings, which Punjabi Sufis preached. Hama-ost can be translated in Arabic as Wahdatul Wujud, or the unity of God. This idea implies that everything emerges from and merges into God, who is incomprehensible, and the existence of cosmos discloses his undisclosability. The Sufi patrons and the artisan builders selected the Hamagul design to represent the concept of Hama-ost. Hamagul had a political meaning too. The image also symbolizes a Sufi who is the representative of God and possesses divine attributes and worldly and mystical knowledge. 19th century shrine-based communities believed that a Sufi's guidance could resolve the economic and political problems of Indian Muslims who were suffering because of not following Islam. Consequently, the locals gathered around the Sufi in jihad and other activities to revive religious practices. The Sufi patrons and the artisan builders reinforced such ideas in symbolic terms by producing Hamagul designs in shrine architecture. Like Hamagul, Sufi and artisan builders viewed the other decorative motifs in shrine architecture according to the Sufi texts, which symbolize God's beauty and paradise. Following these texts, Sufi saw beauty as a reflection of God and His creation. This idea of associating beauty of an object, craft with the divine existence was common among artisans in Punjab. They understood their designs of floral patterns, fruits, and perfume bottles as an expression of paradise, described in the Quran, the Prophet's tradition, and the Sufis' text. Several scholars suggest that colors symbolize various Sufi ideas in architecture and illustrations of manuscripts. We find a few instances of undisputable use of color symbolizing Sufi ideas in Persian paintings and architecture. Similarly, in Punjab, Sufis attached various meanings to different colors such as black and blue to grief and the remembrance of the family of Prophet Muhammad, and green to paradise. In Tonsfi's shrine, like other shrines in the region, the artisans used blue color excessively. As Tonsfi himself selected the color scheme, we can conjecture that he understood the meaning of blue as explained by medieval Sufis, such as Fariduddin Attar and Rumi, who associated blue with love and kindness. The artisan builders called these colors respectable and cool. For them, a Sufi was distinguishable among common people. In the same way, blue was superior to other colors. Here, the use of color symbolizes the superior status of Sufis over others. On the wall of the shrine complex, artisans inscribed Allah, around which the name of Muhammad is written in a circular shape. The inscription expresses Ibn al-Arabi's concept of Prophet Muhammad's reality, that is, the personality of Muhammad embodies all divine attributes and represents a perfect man, al-Insan al-Kamil. This inscription symbolizes the popular jihadi slogan against the Sikhs, especially in Sayyid Ahmad's jihad movement for establishing an Islamic state. Sayyid was able to attract a large following from Punjab. After some initial successes, he was killed with his followers while fighting against the Sikhs in 1831 at Balakot. Other inscriptions too had political meanings if examined in relation to the political ideas of the shrine-based communities. For instance, one inscription on the marble doorway was Kalama, which means there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his last messenger. In the 19th century context of political conflicts, it had a radical interpretation, that is, there was no law but the law of God, which the Muslims could know through the Prophet's tradition. Hence, Muslims could resist the laws imposed by the Sikhs and the British. This was a popular view among the shrine-based communities, whether involved in jihad or not. Another inscription, which was recited to avoid enemies, conflicts, and magic, is inscribed on the entrance to the prayer hall of the shrine complex. It shows the intention of the Sufi patrons to seek the protection of God from the British and other communities who were considered a threat to Islam. Conclusion. The interaction of Suleiman Tonsfi with the local artisans during the construction of Suleiman Tonsfi's shrine shows the ideological intention of the Sufi in linking architecture to religious identity. Tonsfi related different decorative motifs and images with various mystical symbols. Most of these interpretations are still part of the artisan's oral tradition. Tonsfi himself was not a practicing craftsman. He did not come up with a new architectural style for his shrine. He also did not interpret every architectural element with his mystical ideas. However, what survived in the artisan's oral tradition is the interpretation of some of the motifs, which could easily be related to Tonsfi's lectures and the ideas of jihad against the Sikhs and the British. Consequently, the construction of shrines became a very political act. intended to define Muslim identity vis-a-vis other communities. The patrons, Tonsfi and his successors, and the builders, the artisan families involved in this project, had the same intention of professing such ideas. Tonsfi's shrine should not be considered an exception at all. Artisans attached similar meanings to the building of every shrine, suggesting a deep-rooted relation of mystical ideas to architecture, which defined Muslim identity in the context of 19th century Punjab. Thank you.
Thank you, Hussain. Knut Vikør is our next speaker. He is the historian of Islam and teaches at the University of Bergen, Norway. His presentation is on the new 19th century tariqas in North Africa and with a particular reference to the Sanusia. He will discuss what new rituals and activities these tariqa introduced.
Hello, my name is Knut Vikør from the University of Bergen in Norway. And in this conference, I have been asked to speak a bit about the new Sufi orders and new tariqas of the 19th century, and what, if anything, was new in their activities. And particularly, I will talk then, use as a case, the Sufi order of the Sanusia, which I have researched in particular. Now, this was part of a series of orders who arose in the 19th century, and there were several of these, and they share some, or at least some scholars claim that the orders of the 19th century, they share a certain number of features, common theology, and some common approach towards society, which sets them apart, and they have called them the Neo-Sufi orders, Neo-Sufism of the 19th century. And what is supposed to have set them apart are partly that in their theology they paid less emphasis on unity with God and more on a unity with or meetings with the Prophet Muhammad. So it was a prophet-centric rather than a God-centric mysticism that they were approaching according to these scholars. That they were exclusive, that is to say that contrary to traditional Sufism, where you can add on as many tariqas or as many ways and as you want, they required that their adherents joined their and only their tariqa. And also then that they were more political, that they were, many of them, involved in resistance and in activities towards the outer world more than the more inwards-oriented previous Sufi orders. Under various aspects of this, they would group certain new branches of Naqshbandiya in the center and east, but particularly orders that arose in North Africa, in the Maghreb, like Tijaniya in Morocco, the Khatmiya in the Sudan, and a sister order from them, the Sadriya of the Somalia in particular, also in Sudan, which was the order of the great resistance leader Muhammad Abdullah Hassan. And then the Sanusiya order, which I mentioned, and who was active primarily in the Sahara and primarily in Libya, in eastern Libya. So this idea of Neo-Sufism was criticized or directly rejected by very many people of the scholars who worked directly on these orders, because the proponents of these were generally people who were taking a more general view of Sufi history. And those who worked specifically on the Tijaniya, the Sanusiya, and so on, felt that it was incorrect to think that there were necessarily a specific new theology. It was not right to say that these orders put less emphasis on unity in God and more on the Prophet than the earlier orders. The idea of Tariqa Muhammadiyya, the idea that the select leaders of these orders, the founders of them, and the others, and their teachers and so on, had direct meetings, spiritual meetings with the Prophet, was not new. That has been an idea that goes way back in Sufi history. And as you shall see, was not correct, for instance, that they were all exclusive in their approach, such as was suggested. So as a case, I said, I would look at particularly at the Sanusiya, perhaps the most considered to be the most political of these orders, in that they led the Libyan resistance against Italian colonialism after 1911, and that the leader of the time became king of Libya, King Idris, who was also head of the Sanusiya order. He was king from 1951 until he was deposed in 1969. So the Sanusiya order then did not arise in Libya. It arose it was established by Muhammad bin Ali as-Sanusi, who died in 1859. He came from the westernmost part of Algeria, from an area just around Bustaranim, but he went early on to Fez in Morocco, so he was kind of part of the intellectual milieu of Fez, which was in the late 18th century marked by a reformist trend to focus more on the direct study of hadith and of opening for ijtihad, opening for new intellectual debates. As-Sanusi moved from Morocco. He went to the Hajj and went to Mecca, where he met another Moroccan named Ahmad bin Idris, who became his teacher and also the teacher of several of the other orders I mentioned, both the Khatmiya and of Sudan and the Sadaqiyya, which was an extension of an order that was originally established by Ibrahim Rashid, another student of Ibn Idris in Mecca, all in the early parts of the 19th century. So all of these are part of what we can call the same tradition, an Idrisi tradition. All revered Ahmad bin Idris as their leading light, their teacher. He didn't form a tariqa himself. That's why all these students, like those I mentioned, formed orders of their own. As-Sanusi began his activity a bit in Mecca, but then he decided that he wanted to spread Islam, spread correct practice in areas where Islamic practice had been lax, according to his view. And that was among the Bedouin. First among the Bedouin in Hijaz, but very soon he set off to westwards. And he didn't go all the way back to Morocco. He stopped in the west of Egypt. It wasn't Libya yet. It was called Cyrenaica, an area which was desert and desert edge-like. And he started building lodges there. And he started working among the Bedouin there to spread correct practice. They were, of course, all Muslims from centuries ago, but the nomadic lifestyle which they led didn't lead to very much to centers of learning and that sort of thing. So he built lodges. He went to the various tribes of that region and asked them for land to build a lodge, which they was awarded. It was always close to the heads, the sheikhs of the tribe, And these lodges, which was then spread throughout Cyrenaica into the desert, and also westwards into Tripolitania, western Libya today, and some also in the western desert of Egypt. They became then scholarly centers. They became areas where the young members of the tribe could get schooling, and the more advanced students of the tribes, they were sent off to the central lodge in Jarboub, which is just on the Libyan-Egyptian border today, for advanced learning. But the Sanusi also favored other things of social nature, primarily trade. The trans-Saharan trade had been very important in the western part of Libya, from Tripoli southwards, but it was the end of the 19th century that the tribal route, that trade route, was shifted eastwards. Towards Benghazi, towards Cyrenaica, the Sanusi heartland. But this was an area which was very, very hard desert. It was very far distance between the waterholes and the oases. So the Sanusi lodges, they became resting places, and the Sanusi Brotherhood, they didn't participate in the trade themselves. They were a religious order, but they helped and supported the Bedouins of setting up trade. So it was also a social order, in the sense that it helped developing the economy of the area, and that was also what made it a factor for peace and reconciliation between the tribes, because the tribes of Eastern Libya had been very often in conflict. Tribal wars were quite common, and before the Sanusi came, there had been a big war just a few years earlier. But after trade came, they had they got a common profit from all working together and developing these trading routes, which became very important and very prosperous towards the end of the 19th century. So the Sanusi order became a factor for cooperation between the tribes, but it never became the political leader of these tribes, which is some people have misunderstood. The Sanusi never set themselves up to become like the Sultan of Eastern Libya. The political authority of these regions remained with the tribal sheikhs, and the Sanusis were only go-betweens. But when the Italians came in 1911, and they landed then in Tripoli, in the western part, or in the region of Tripolitania, and the resistance which was set up first by the Ottomans and later by the local groups in western Tripolitania, it crumbled quite quickly. And the Ottomans really they were busy in the Balkans, and they couldn't set aside much forces to oppose the Italians. That's why the Italians came. In East, then, the various Bedouin tribes, they saw that they, of course, each of them were not strong enough to have a very forceful opposition to the new colonial forces. But together they might be. So they went to the Sanusi leaders and say, you have been the coherent power, or the coherent factor. You are the one who has united us in these endeavors we have been doing earlier. Why don't you lead us now in the struggle against the foreigners? This council of elders among the Sanusis were reluctant to do this, because this was not their tradition. It was not something they had been working for. But being in the desert is an unsafe place. So all Sanusi lodges, all the way down to the Chad, where the southernmost lodges were, they had always had weapons. There had always been guns there because they had to protect themselves against robbers, against marauders, against anybody. But it wasn't. It was only for self-protection, that sort of thing. But they did have something. So the leader of the Sanusi order at the time was a very young man. He was a grandson of the founder who had died in 1859. He said, yes, this is our duty. We have to do that. We have to lead the jihad. We have to lead the protection of our lands against the foreign invasion. So he took on this. And the Sanusi lodges, which then had, in addition to being scholars of learning and trade, they had also been places which had given social welfare, social relief to the poor people of the tribes and so on. So they had a good connection there. They now also became communication centers, contact centers. And they started to using then the organizational structure of the Sanusi order, which already was there, for the new purpose of uniting the tribes. And some of the sheikhs of the Sanusi order, who were not necessarily from the region, they were often from outside, they had been coming in through the order to lead the lodges. They started taking on, as far as they were able, the rule of military coordination. And the most famous of these is Omar Mukhtar, who has become the kind of the national hero and the resistance leader of the Libya. He was a Sanusi sheikh. He was a sheikh of one of the lodges in the desert, and he rose when the leadership of the Sanusiya was then at that time fallen to Ahmad Sharif's cousin, Mohammed Idris. He had to leave the country and settled in Egypt, while Omar Mukhtar then took on the practical leadership of the order. So it was known as the Sanusi resistance. But the fighters were always Bedouins. It was always a tribal force, but under the unity of the order. So this is a case where the Sanusi order then was not a political order. It hadn't in the time of its founder. It had not been intended neither to lead the Bedouins. It was only, as I said, meant to form a unity in particular purposes like scholarliness or in trade. And it was only after the initiative of the tribal sheikhs that he took on this new thing 50 years after the founder's death. So it was the political function it did get eventually was thrust upon it from the outside. But it is possible to say that the organization of the order, which was very well developed, I said it was a series of network of communication. That's because the Sanusi brethren, Sanusi lodges, they were in continuous contact with us. They had a kind of postal service sent up between the various branches. It could easily be transformed into a military communications network. And as well as the lodges could then easily become military centers when the need arose. So the organization of the order was much stricter. It was more hierarchical order. The leadership in Jarboub, the center of the order, had a much better control, much better awareness of what was going on in the various lodges than you had in the older tariqas, like Qadiriya, the Shadhili, and so on, which had much more diffuse leadership, much more diffuse connections, and was less useful in this role of being a resistance. Although Abdul Qadir in Algeria was also a member of one of the old orders, of Qadiriya, but his military structure was not really influenced by the Sufi affiliation he had at all, while that of the Sanusiya was very much a part of building on the structures, organizational structure of the religious order, because that was available. Now, if you compare that to another of the orders I mentioned, Tijaniya, which was also had a leading political function further south in West Africa, in Guinea, Senegal, Mali today. That was also, it wasn't really actually a anti-colonial order to begin with. It was a jihad against the pre-Islamic or earlier Islamic states which had been there before colonialism in the early 19th century, but it became anti-French, although the French became anti-Tijani against the leader Al-Hajj Umar of Tijaniya of West Africa when the French came inwards into the countryside from the coast in the middle of the 19th century. So it became again anti-colonial by being forced upon it from outside. However, the Tijaniya as such was in no way an anti-colonial or anti-French really order, because Tijaniya had been dominant in or had not dominant, but it had a very strong presence in Morocco and Algeria, where the center was. The center of the Tijaniya order was in Al-Mahdi, in the desert in Algeria. And it did not take part in the resistance against the French because it was in rivalry with the Qadiriya, whose leader, Abdul Qadir, was then the resistance leader. So the Tijaniya in both Morocco and Tunisia was completely non-political. It was stayed completely out of the political order, and therefore they were favored by the French. The French thought the Tijani were excellent Sufis. They was good Sufis because they didn't form a resistance. Al-Hajj Umar in Africa, he was very much their man. He was their representative, and so it was not that they were against fighting, but that wasn't really their job. The emphasis for them was the hereafter, the religious, the pious activities. But the Tijaniya, unlike the Sanusiya, were exclusive. They had the idea, Ahmad Tijani had this idea that maybe not as much as secondary literature has made it up to him, but he did have a conception that his tariqah was encompassed all other tariqahs. So it wasn't really necessary to be party to take on any other tariqah than his own when you had taken his tariqah. It was superior. So there was a certain, but not a total, but a certain form of exclusiveness in the Tijaniya. This was not at all the case with the Sanusiya. Sanusiya was a very typical, Sanusi himself, the founder, was a very typical Sufi who went around collecting tariqahs in spades. He wrote several books about his 40 tariqahs and his larger number of tariqahs. So he had collected much larger number of tariqahs from various Sufi teachers. He had joined the Shadhili, the Qadiriya, and the others. So there was which was a traditional method of the Sanusi sheikh of any high stature. So that was not something that the Tijaniya and the Sanusiya had in common. But what they did have in common was possibly this sense of organization and the organizational unity stronger than the previous ones. And why that is typical, that we might find also in the other of these newer orders, the Khatmiya and the Samaniya and the others, which arose in the 19th century. So why that happened is not something we can say for certain, but it may have something to do with changing historical circumstances in the 19th century. It may have something to do with the fact simply that they were new, that they were entering an area where Sufism was well established in traditional orders, so that in order to form a new order, to set yourself as a religious impact, then you needed to have some sort of cohesion, which was stronger than the previous one. So the better organization, better leadership, better hierarchy, might be a competitive advantage for these new orders. Because we can't really see very much in the theology or something that, except perhaps for the exclusiveness of the Tijaniya, that would say that they should necessarily have more stricter hierarchy than the other orders. But these new structures, which was then caused for other reasons, as you saw in the Sanusiya, were kind of resources that could be used when a need arose for a Sufi order. Sufi order being special in the sense that it is popular. It has deep roots in the villages and in the towns and so on. But it is independent both of the mosque and of the state. So that means that if the mosque and the state falls away, the state falls away with the invasion of the foreign invader, the Sufi orders could provide a framework, a structure for people to rally around and to organize some sort of politically or even military or jihadi resistance against the foreigner when need arose, but not out of internally, not because they wanted to do so, but because they were there. So this is what I think is probably the best way to understand the political and the new nature. So I do not kind of accept the term Neo-Sufism. I do not want to think either Tijani or the Sanusiya or the others are Neo-Sufi in a sense. They are Sufi orders, but they are Sufi orders which arose in a particular historical circumstance, an historical context, and that allowed them to play new specific roles in the new circumstances in the late 19th century and into the 20th century. Yes, so this is the kind of thing, the answer, I think, to the question that was posed on what was new in their activities. So I hope that has been of some use to you.
Thank you, Knut. Our fourth speaker is Mohammed Rustom. He teaches at Carleton University, Ottawa. He will discuss Deen-e Muhammad with reference to Persian and Arabic sources. He will analyze for us how the personality of Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is emphasized in the Sufi literature.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, dear friends and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you for these few moments. I wish that we could all meet in person, inshallah, in the future. I wanted to thank the GCU Lahore for the invitation and especially this work that's being done with the Ash-Shadhili Center. It's a wonderful endeavor, and I pray that everything goes very smoothly and Allah gives tawfiq and taysir to these efforts. I wanted to also thank Professor Hussain Ahmad Khan for his invitation. Now, the topic today that I have announced for this lecture is Deen-e Muhammad. Now, this is something that, in the Sufi sources, especially in the Persianate sources with which I'm particularly familiar, the Persian and Arabic sources, there's a great degree of emphasis upon the person of the Prophet ﷺ and following his way and being amongst those who try to embody the ethical and spiritual ideals of the way of the Blessed Prophet. And in all of these endeavors, the Sufis refer to the Akhlaq al-Muhammadiyya or the Muhammadan ethics and virtues as laying out the perfect deen for a person or way or religion. So Deen-e Muhammad is the way of the Prophet and following his virtues and living a life as he did with the total internalization of the divine norms, which then naturally come out into action as the fruits of one's spiritual state, to which we refer as ethics and practice. The Sufis have historically, of course, been concerned the most with this notion of ethics and practice. And the person that they look to, of course, has always been the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi. So his deen is the deen that they follow. It's the deen, it's the way that God has laid down, and it's the one to which they cling in order to return back to the sender of the Prophet himself, namely Allah Ta'ala. Now, the deep immersion in the person of the Prophet is key in Sufi literature. And I had a few ways of kind of approaching this topic, but I decided to focus on the question of love, because the person of the Prophet, everybody is familiar with, of course. They're all engulfed in the reality of the Prophet. As Mahmud Shibistari famously said, Za Ahmad ta ahad yak mim farq ast, jahoni andarin yak mim gharq ast. Between Ahad, Allah, and Muhammad, Ahad, Ahmad, there's a difference of one meme, and the entire universe is drowned in that meme. Now, if we swim into the surface of that meme, we see that there are different aspects of the prophetic personality and character and presence, which we can focus on for ethical embodiment in our own lives. What I decided to do today is to focus on the aspect of Deen of Muhammad that has to do with love, and with particular reference to an author that I've been working on, whom I've been working on for many years, Ain al-Qudad Hamadani, who was of course very famous in the subcontinent for hundreds of years. So what I say today will have to do with Ain al-Qudad's vision of love and how it is seen as the embodiment of the proper following of Deen of Muhammad. Now, when we think of love in Islam, we normally, especially in the West, associate this virtue with the likes of the great Jalaluddin Rumi. Yet there were many authors well before Rumi's time, a number of whom supplied much of the stock imagery and symbolism that would become common in Rumi's own day. Figures such as Abdullah Ansari, Ahmad Ghazali, Rashid Maybudi, and Sam'ani were major theologians of love in Islam. And they were seen in this way by their contemporaries and their successors, such as Rusbahan Baqli and Fariddin Attar, and of course Rumi himself, and generations of Muslims from the subcontinent, Central Asia, Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, and other regions right up to our own times. It would have been rather normative for the people just mentioned to have viewed the goal of life through the lens of love. After all, the fundamental human experience of love is central to the Quranic worldview and hence to Islamic spirituality, and has been demonstrated so well, of course, by William Chittick in his groundbreaking book, Divine Love, Islamic Literature and the Path to God. Among these authors, one of the greatest lovers was the Persian sage, philosopher, jurist, and martyr, Ain al-Qudad Hamadani, who died in 1131 of the Common Era. And he was a famous student of Ahmad Ghazali. So renowned was he for his emphasis on divine and human love that he earned the title Sultan of the Lovers, Sultan al-Shirin, shortly after his death. Indeed, beyond Persia, he was very popular for hundreds of years in Ottoman Sufi circles and amongst the Chishtiya and Suhrawardiya orders in India. Like the love theologians who came before and after him, Ain al-Qudad spent a great deal of time writing about the nature and implications of a life given over to love for God and God's creatures. Since Ain al-Qudad was heir to a long tradition of theoretical reflection on love and was himself an important conduit for the transmission of love theology for the many major poets and prose writers who came after him, his writings on love represent one of the most coherent and profound treatments of the topic in all of Islamic and even human civilization. I will therefore present one dimension of Ain al-Qudad's multifaceted and complex understanding of love, which he identifies with Deen of Muhammad. Readers of Rumi will be familiar with his emphasis on the inability of language to define love. Consider, for example, these famous lines from the Masnavi, where he says, "Whatever I say about love by way of commentary and exposition, when I get to love, I'm ashamed at that. Although the explanation with the tongue is clear, that love which is tongueless is even clearer. Harche guyam ishq ra sharh bayan, chun be ishq ayam khajal maunam azan. Garche tafsir zaban roshangar ast, lik ishq bi zaban roshantar ast." Like Rumi, Ain al-Qudad never attempts to define love on the grounds that the reality of love is simply ineffable. This means that our ordinary ratiocinative faculties do not have a way of access to the mysteries of love. And that explains why he says, to quote him, "When the sun of love comes, the star of the intellect is obliterated." Since rational theologians and legal scholars both engage in hair-splitting argumentation, their trade is entirely insufficient for the business of love. And Quzat says, here, what can do and don't do, do. The rulings for lovers are one thing, and the rulings for intellectuals quite another. Again, to quote him, do not think that you and your likes have known love apart from its trappings without reality. Love is only obtained by the one who has recognition, ma'rifat. Rather than attempt to define love, Ibn Quzat insists that we must make do with our imperfect resources of human expression. He says, an explication of love cannot be given except through symbols and images, and this so that love can be spoken of. If not, what could be said of love, and what should be spoken? In one instance, Ibn Quzat tells us that love is a veil between the lover and the beloved. In another, he characterizes the cosmos as being filled with tragic actors on the stage of love. He says the world cannot obtain the secret of love, but is enamored and confounded by love. And love knows what has been done to the world. It is always in a state of sadness and grief. When Ibn Quzat discusses the characteristics of love, his first point of entry is in identifying the primary indicator of love, namely that of leaving one's own selfish and egotistical inclinations and preferring the object of love, and indeed love itself, over oneself. He says, alas, what can be said of love? What trace should be given of love? And what indication can be provided? In taking the step of love, a person is submitted, for she is not with herself. She abandons herself and prefers love over herself. And again, the derangement of love is of better worth than the cleverness of the world. Whoever is not a lover is a self-seer. To be a lover is to be without selfhood and to be pathless. Since love is of such a totalizing nature, Ibn Quzat explains that it consumes the entirety of the lover. He says love has a power that, when it permeates the beloved spreads itself and consumes the entirety of the lover. Yet before being consumed by love, one must seek to cultivate love within oneself. So he says, the seeker's task is to search in himself for nothing but love. The lover's existence is from love. How can he live without love? Recognize life from love and find death without love. Seeking love within the self is an abstract concept and a distant possibility for most people. Thus, the surest way into the world of love is to develop a relationship with God. And the easiest way this can be done is to foster love in one's heart for God's creatures. In other words, through loving people and other sentient beings, one can come into the purview of the vast scope of love. He says, one loves every existent thing, since every existent thing is God's act and handiwork. Insofar as human beings exist, and love is a synonym for existence, as of course it has been for so many of Islam's foremost sages, human beings are characterized by love, just as they are characterized by existence. So he says, for every person, love is an obligation upon the path, farz zira. Alas, if you do not have love for the Creator, at least cultivate love for the creatures so that the worth of these words can be obtained by you. The notion of cultivating love naturally raises the question of how this can be done. For Ibn Quzat, as with so many other authors in the Persianate Sufi tradition, the answer is rather straightforward. One must let love be his guide and also his master. So Ibn Quzat says, be a student. Love itself suffices as your teacher. Love, which is God, will take one to God, who is the ultimate beloved. The better one's training in the school of divine love, the more beautiful and thus beloved will the beloved be to the student. So he says the first colorium with which the seeker, the wayfaring seeker, must be anointed is love. Our master said, there is no master more penetrating than love. There is no master more perfect for the wayfarer than love. One time I asked my Sheikh, Pir, Ahmad Ghazali, what is the guide to God? He said, its guide is God himself. He continues, I say that for the beginner, the guide to knowledge of God is love. Whoever does not have love as a master is not a traveler upon the path. Through the beloved, the lover can reach love, and by virtue of love, he can see the beloved. The more perfect one's love, the more beautiful does the beloved appear. Becoming a student of love is a rather tall order. This is why Ibn Quzat frankly states that love is forbidden to wimps, na mardon, By definition, wimps are not cut out for enduring difficulties, and there is nothing more difficult than the trials and tribulations that accompany the path of love. Rather than merely endure the trials of love, one must welcome tribulation and indeed become tribulation itself. That is to say, one must become nothing so that he can take steps towards becoming everything. To quote Ain al-Quzat again, he says, alas, you imagine that tribulation is given to every person? What do you know of tribulation? Wait until you reach a place where you sell your spirit for God's tribulation. The believer must suffer from tribulation so much that he becomes tribulation itself, and tribulation becomes his very self. Then he will be unaware of tribulation. But why must the path of love come with such tribulation, the greatest of which is the pain of separation from God himself? Half of the answer, Ain al-Quzat tells us, is because it allows for the would-be lover to ripen and mature so that he may transform from being a lover in potentiality to being a lover in actuality. So he says, the sign of love is sincerity. You do not know what I'm saying? In love, harshness and faithfulness are needed until the lover becomes cooked by the gentleness and severity of the beloved. If not, he will be raw and nothing will come of him. Alas, do you know why all of these curtains and veils are placed upon the path? So that day by day the lover's vision ripens until he can bear the burden of encountering God without a veil. The other half of the answer to why tribulation must obtain on the path of love is that it allows the men to be distinguished from the boys, so to speak. That is, there are many who make claims about love for God, but there are very few who are really willing to endure the hardships that are entailed by this love relationship. To illustrate this point, Ain al-Quzat draws on the well-known imagery of the rose and nightingale, Gull, Bulbul. The nightingale cries and laments out of separation from the rose. Since it cannot bear separation from the rose, it naturally throws itself into it. But in the rose bed, there are also deadly thorns. Seeing these thorns, a nightingale who claims love for the rose halts its flight in an attempt to save itself. It claims love, but when it comes to accepting the suffering that comes with love, it remains concerned with itself more than with love itself. In Ain al-Quzat's words, the nightingale is not fit for the business of love because it remains a self-seer who has not yet become nothing. So he exclaims, have you not seen that the nightingale is a lover of the rose? When the nightingale gets close to the rose, it cannot bear it. It lunges into the rose, but the thorns under the rose have a station. They cause the rose to kill the nightingale. If the rose were without the torments of the thorn, every nightingale would have the claim of being a lover. But given the thorns, not a single one out of 100,000 nightingales can make the claim of being a lover of the rose. Yet there are those rare nightingales who make good on their claim of love for the rose, accepting the pain, suffering, and annihilation that accompanies their flight into the rosebed. When one is like the nightingale who prefers the rose over itself, he is no longer a wimp with respect to love, as he has gladly accepted love's tribulations. This brings about a certain quality of soul in the lover, known as worthiness or ahliyat. On account of this worthiness, one can then enter into a love relationship with God. As the pre-Socratic doctrine tells us, only like can know like. On this logic, the true lover will naturally know the language of love and consequently be able to speak as lovers speak. So he says, whoever is not deserving of love is not deserving of God. Whoever is not worthy of love is not worthy of God. Love can speak to the lover, and the lover knows the worth of love. As should be clear from all of this, Ain al-Quzat has a key insight about the path of love for God, and that is that it will inevitably come with pain and suffering, and the worst of which is the agony of distance from the beloved. This is because the so-called lover, insofar as he is other than the beloved, still maintains that some kind of independent ontological status in his own eyes obtains. He is still in search of the beloved, and insofar as he remains an aspirant in search of the beloved, he will suffer. Ain al-Quzat succinctly states the problem like this. He says the lover is still an aspirant, murid, and in this world, the aspirant is placed atop the tree of separation. The more the gap is closed between lover and beloved, that is, the less of the lover there is and the more of the beloved there is, the less the separation there will be. And the less the separation, the less the pain of separation. But by the same token, the less the separation, the more are the categories of subject and object and I and you done away with. And the more these categories are done away with, while an affirming subject still remains, the more will love itself reveal itself to be an affair of drunkenness, stupor, bewilderment, and madness. With this point in mind, Qazad draws on the trope of the proverbial lovers, Layla and Majnun. He tells his readers that if they want to reach God, they have to be like Majnun, eternally beholden to the very mention of his beloved in spite of himself. So Qazad, of course, undoubtedly took on the qualities of Majnun. And in one place in his writings, he offers a commentary on his situation as he is overcome by the madness of love. He paradoxically proclaims that love's madness, to cite him, love's madness has left me so selfless and entranced that I do not know what I'm saying. Notice how Qazad says that the madness of love has left him selfless to such an extent that he does not know what he is saying. The kind of love in Qazad's lexicon that is being referred to here is known as in-between love, ishq-e-miyane. It is an as yet imperfect form of love, insofar as it still operates within the confines of a subject-object dichotomy, however much the distinction between the two is blurred. Elsewhere, Qazad explains that at the end of love, there remains neither madman nor lover, but only madness and love. He also calls the end of love major love, which is identified as God's love for his creatures. Although this form of love seems to imply the existence of subject and object, in reality, it is the highest form of unity. This is because it takes us to love itself, which, properly speaking, is concerned with neither subject nor object. Nowhere is Qazad clearer on the implications of the end of love than when he equates love to fire. Fire is a perfect symbol for love because it is all-consuming. Whatever it comes across, it burns and reduces to nothing. Thus, Qazad says, love is a fire. Every place where it is, none but it can remain. Every place that it reaches, it burns and turns into its own color. In explaining the final end of love, Qazad most commonly draws on the stock pairing of moth and candle, parvane or sham. The moth, which symbolizes the human soul, is by nature a lover of the candle's flame, which symbolizes God, love. As a moth is wont to do, when it sees the candle's flame, it cannot but plunge into the flame with the entirety of its being. So he says, without the fire, the moth is restless, but in the fire, it does not have existence. So consumed is the moth by the fire that it sees all of the world as fire. When it reaches the fire, it throws itself in its midst. The moth itself does not know how to differentiate between the fire and other than the fire. Why? Because love itself is all fire. When the moth throws itself in the midst of the fire, it becomes burned. All becomes fire. What news does it have of itself? So long as it is with itself, it is in itself. Since love consumes everything, in the final analysis, there can be no talk of a separate lover. This is because when there is a lover, there is a separate I, which is posited next to God, who is the supreme I. As long as one insists on his own I-hood, he remains trapped within the confines of his own ego and is in reality dead. But when he steps outside of himself, he can then live, not as a separate I, but as his real I. To cite Qazad again, he says, alas, what will you hear? For us, death is this. One must be dead to all that is other than the beloved, until he finds life from the beloved and becomes living through the beloved. Whoever does not have this death does not find life. I mean, what you know to be death is not the real death, which is annihilation. Do you know what I'm saying? I am saying that when you are yourself and are with yourself, you are not. But when you are not with yourself, you are all yourself. True love, therefore, does not implicate the lover in the relationship of love, because the lover is nothing in the face of love. Insofar as he is not a lover. And insofar as he is not, there is nothing but love. Since love entails complete selflessness, which also means losing one's own sense of self, the moth is a perfect symbol of the ideal lover, looking to neither the right nor the left, and with neither consequence nor prize in mind. It simply throws itself into the fire, which is its sole goal. The very fire that receives the moth reduces it to nothing and is all that there is. To cite Ain al-Quzat one last time, he says, if you want me to give an example of this, listen. The moth, who is a lover of the fire, has no share at all of it, so long as she is distant from the fire's light. When she throws herself into the fire, she becomes selfless, and nothing of mothhood remains. All is fire. Listening to what Ain al-Quzat has to say about love can help inform the contemporary study and presentation of Islam. Indeed, it very much pertains to our own lives, especially since love for many people today is regarded as nothing but a fleeting human sentiment. As we have seen for Ain al-Quzat, nothing could be further from his vision of love. Love is not merely to be found among people in their everyday lives, nor is it just an expression of the human longing for the divine. It is far more expansive, taking in all of reality because itself, it is the ground and stuff of all reality. Where most human beings find themselves along the continuum of love has everything to do with their situatedness at that particular moment as individual lovers. The further along they move in their specific encounters with love, the more prepared they become for the encounter with love itself, which is God. Yet for Ain al-Quzat, the sooner one can see that it is none other than the beloved that he loves, even in his objects of love, the quicker will his experience of love be more deeply rooted and selfless. This can only happen when one is totally consumed by the fire of love. That is, when he becomes a true follower of Deen Muhammad. It is then that he will come to see himself and all things as so many fleeting traces of the image of the eternal beloved. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you, Rustom. Saeed Bhutta is our next speaker. He teaches at the Department of Punjabi Government College University, Lahore. Bhutta will discuss the representation of Sufis in Punjabi folk tales. Bhutta's presentation is in the Punjabi language.
ਮੇਰੇ ਮਕਾਲੇ ਦਾ ਮੌਜ਼ੂ ਤਸਵੁਫ ਤੇ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਤੇ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਅਦਬ ਦਾ ਆਪਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋਹਰਾ ਸੰਗ ਹੈ। ਵਾਦੀ ਸਿੰਧ ਦੇ ਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਕਾਣ ਤਸਵੁਫ ਕਾਈ ਓਪਰੀ ਸ਼ੈ ਨਾਈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਵਿਦਾਂਤੀ ਸੂਝ ਤੋਂ ਪੀਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਅਲੀ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਤੀਕਰ ਕਈ ਲਹਿਰਾਂ ਉਭਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੁੱਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਫ਼ ਰੱਖਣ ਤੇ ਉੱਚੀਆਂ ਅਖਲਾਕੀ ਕਦਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਦਰਸ ਦੇਵਣਾ ਹੈ। वेदांत, बुद्धमत, भगती, नात, इस्माइली, चिश्ती, सोहरवर्दी ते कादरी फिक्र अपनी समकाली धारा नाल टकरांदी ते लाभ चुकदी अगे नूं वधदी गई। इत्थे सूफियाना विचार कोई खवास दी शै ना जिन्हां नूं आम लुकाई तों ओले रख के विचारिया जांदा ते ना ही इत्थों दा शायर तसव्वुफ बराए शेर गुफ्तन खूब वास्ते शायरी करदा। ਰੱਬ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਤੇ ਲੋਕ ਭਲੇ ਦਾ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਵਿਹਾਰ ਬਣਿਆ ਕਿ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਹਿਜ਼ੀਬੀ ਰਿਵਾਇਤ ਇਹਦਾ ਮੂੰਹ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਸਬੂਤ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਵਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਨਦਾਰ ਫਿਕਰੀ ਪਿਛੋਕੜ ਦਾ ਸਿੱਟਾ ਇਹ ਨਿਕਲਿਆ ਕਿ ਤਸਵੁਫ ਇੱਕ ਆਵਾਮੀ ਕਦਰ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਮੇ ਨਿਮਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਮਨ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਾਤੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਅੱਲਾ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਰੀ ਵਜਦੀ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਆਈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਜਾਂ ਰੂਹਾਨੀ ਰਹਿਨੁਮਾ ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵੀ ਉਚੇਰੀ ਥਾਂ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੁਰਸ਼ਿਦ ਤੇ ਪੀਰ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਪ੍ਰਚਲਿਤ ਹੋਏ ਤੇ ਸੂਫੀ ਸਿਲਸਿਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਅਜਿਹੀ ਲੜੀ ਹੋਂਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਅਸਰ ਆਮ ਲੁਕਾਈ ਦੇ ਮਨਾਂ ਤੀਕਰ ਹੋਇਆ। ਚਨਾਹ ਦਰਿਆ ਦੇ ਵਸੇਬ ਤੋਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਕੀਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਸ਼ਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਦਰਿਆ ਆਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਪੇ ਚੱਪੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਦਰਗਾਹਾਂ ਨਜ਼ਰੀਂਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ। ਹੁਣ ਹਰ ਟਾਬਰੀ ਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਮੁਰਸ਼ਿਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਤਨ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਂਜਣ ਦੀ ਚਿਣਕ ਜੰਮੀ। ਟਾਬਰੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਮੁਰਸ਼ਿਦ ਔਖੇ ਦੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਹੁੜਦਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਰੀਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਪਰੀ ਫਸੇ ਬੇੜਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਦਾ। 11ਵੀਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਬਹਾਉਦੀਨ ਜ਼ਕਰੀਆ ਮੁਲਤਾਨੀ, ਹਜ਼ਰਤ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਇਸਮਾਈਲ ਬੁਖਾਰੀ, ਬਾਬਾ ਫਰੀਦ, ਸਖੀ ਸਰਵਰ ਤੇ ਸੈਂਕੜੇ ਹੋਰਨਾਂ ਨਾਵਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਅਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਕਈ ਕਰਾਮਤਾਂ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਹਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਔਖੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਰੀਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਂਹ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਲੱਜ ਪਾਲੀ। 1857 ਦੀ ਜੰਗ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਇੱਕ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੈ, ਕੋਟ, ਮਾਰ ਮੁਰਾਦ ਆਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਖਾਨ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੁਨਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ। ਮੈਂ ਆਪ ਖਾਬੇ ਡਿੱਠਾ ਬਈ ਦੋ ਬੇੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਰਲ ਤੇ ਵੱਟੂ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਂ, ਤਰਹਾਣੇ ਫਤਿਆਣੇ। ਦੋਹਾਂ ਬੇੜੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਫਕੀਰ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਸਾੜੀ ਵਾਲਾ, ਸਿਰੂ ਕੋਨਾ ਤੇ ਲੰਮਾ ਜਿਹਾ। ਉਸ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਹੱਥ 'ਚ ਗੱਤਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੇੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਰਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਟੂ ਹਨ, ਛਿੱਕ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੱਦੀ ਵੱਲੇ ਤੁਰ ਪਿਆ। ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲਲਕਰਿਆ, ਕੀ ਫਕੀਰਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਰੀ। ਉਸ ਆਖਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਪੀਰ ਹਾਂ ਸ਼ੇਖ ਸਮੈਲ, ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਰੀਦਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਈ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਦ ਲਿਓ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ੇਖ ਸਮੈਲ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ। ਇਸ ਮਦਦ ਕਾਣ ਨਿਰਾ ਕਬੀਲੇ ਦੀ ਧੜ ਕਾਣ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਮੁਰਸ਼ਦ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਰਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਸਗੋਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਦੀ ਸੌੜ ਅਤੇ ਜ਼ਾਤੀ ਖਵਾਹਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਵੀ ਵਲੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਦਰ 'ਤੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਕਾਦਰੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੱਟੀ ਦੀ ਫਰਿਆਦ ਭਲਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਬੁੱਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਏ। ਹੁਜਰੇ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਮੁਕੀਮ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਜੱਟੀ ਅਰਜ਼ ਕਰੇ, ਬੱਕਰਾ ਦੇਨੀਆਂ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਿਰ ਦਾ ਸਾਈਂ ਮਰੇ, 5-7 ਮਰਨ ਗਵਾਂਢਣਾ ਰਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਪ ਚੜ੍ਹੇ, ਕੁੱਤੀ ਮਰੇ ਫਕੀਰ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੌਂ ਟੌਂ ਨਿਤ ਕਰੇ, ਹੱਟੀ ਸੜੇ ਕਿਰਾੜ ਦੀ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੀਵਾ ਨਿਤ ਬਲੇ, ਗਲੀਆਂ ਹੋਵਣ ਸੁੰਜੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਰਜ਼ਾ ਯਾਰ ਫਿਰੇ। ਮੁਰਸ਼ਿਦ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਿਤ ਜੀਵਨ ਅਤੇ ਰੋਜ਼ਮਰਰੇ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਣ ਗਈ। ਹਫ਼ਤੇ ਦੇ 7 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਹਾੜ ਬੁੱਧ ਦੇ ਨਾਮੇ ਅਤੇ ਸੋਮਵਾਰ ਪੀਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਾਰ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ। ਫਜਰ ਨੂਰ ਪੀਰ ਦਾ ਵੇਲਾ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ। ਤਸੱਵੁਫ ਵਿੱਚ ਫ਼ਕਰ ਦਾ ਉੱਚਾ ਮਕਾਮ ਹੈ। ਸ਼ੇਖ ਅਬੂ ਸਈਦ, ਜੁਨੈਦ ਬਗਦਾਦੀ, ਅਲੀ ਹਜਵੇਰੀ ਅਤੇ ਸੁਲਤਾਨ ਬਾਹੂ ਹੋਰਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਫ਼ਕਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹਿਸਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਫ਼ਕਰ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਦੀ ਹਜ਼ੂਰੀ ਦਾ ਉਚੇਰਾ ਮਕਾਮ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਅਜ਼ੀਮ ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਰੂਹਾਨੀ ਦਰਜਿਆਂ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿੱਟੇ ਕੱਢੇ ਅਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਾਨਤੂਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੀ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜੀਵਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਉੱਚੀ ਕਦਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਉਭਰੇ। ਅੱਲਾਹ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਫ਼ਕਰ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਿਤਾਰੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਅਖਾਣ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਝ ਬਿਆਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਹਨ, ਹੱਦ ਲੰਗੇ ਔਲੀਆ, ਬੇਹੱਦ ਲੰਗੇ ਪੀਰ, ਹੱਦ ਬੇਹੱਦ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਲੰਗੇ, ਉਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਫਕੀਰ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਕੀਰ ਨਿਰਾ ਨਜ਼ਰੀ ਬਹਿਸਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਿਆ, ਸਗੋਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੇ ਵਰਤਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੂੰਘਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਦੀ ਕਿਸਮਤ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਾਥ ਛੱਡ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਫਕੀਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਖਹਿਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਅਖੀਰ ਉਹ ਦਰਗਾਹੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਉਤਕਾਰਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇੰਝ ਉਚੇਰੀਆਂ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਬਹਿਸਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਹਿ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਲੱਭ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਅਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਵਿਖਾਲੀ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤਸੱਵੁਫ ਦੀ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਜੀਵਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਿਖੜਵਾਂ ਅੰਗ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਕਲਾਸੀਕੀ ਅਦਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਲਾਮਤੀ ਨਿਜ਼ਾਮ ਦੀ ਉਚੇਰੀ ਥਾਂ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਖ਼ਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਉੱਤੇ ਚਰਖੇ ਦੀ ਅਲਾਮਤ ਮੁੱਢਲੀ ਹੈਸੀਅਤ ਰੱਖਦੀ ਹੈ। ਵਾਦੀ ਸਿੰਧ ਹਮੇਸ਼ ਕਪਾਹ ਦਾ ਮਰਕਜ਼ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕਪਾਹ ਚੁੱਗਣ, ਵੇਲਣ, ਤੁੰਬਣ, ਪਿੰਜਣ ਅਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਪੂਣੀਆਂ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਚਰਖੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੱਤਣ ਦਾ ਅਮਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੇਦਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅਜੋਕੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਦਬ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਵਿਖਾਲੀ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਨਸਾਨੀ ਵਜੂਦ ਨੂੰ ਚਰਖੇ ਦੀ ਅਲਾਮਤ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਬਿਆਨਿਆ। ਇਸ ਵਜੂਦ ਦੇ ਚਰਖੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੋ ਕੱਤਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਅਮਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਗਠੜੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਜਣਾ ਏ। ਸ਼ਾਹ ਹੁਸੈਨ ਅਤੇ ਬੁੱਲੇ ਸ਼ਾਹ ਕੋਲ ਇਸ ਅਲਾਮਤ ਦਾ ਵਰਤਾਰਾ ਆਮ ਦਿਸਦਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਸਰ ਹੇਠ ਕਈ ਸ਼ਾਇਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਲਾ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਪੁੱਗੇ। ਚਰਖੇ ਦੀ ਸਲਾਮਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਿਰਾ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਅਜਿਹੇ ਡੋਲੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਮੌਜ਼ੂਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਆਨਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ, ਮਾਰਫਤ ਦੇ ਡੋਲੇ ਸਦੀਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਡੋਲਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਰਖੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੱਤਣ ਦਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਅਲਾਮਤੀ ਨਿਜ਼ਾਮ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਸ ਜਿਸਮ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੰਗੇ ਅਮਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਮਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੱਛੀ ਭਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਘੂ ਕੋ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਰੰਗਲਾ, ਮਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਰੜੀਆਂ, ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਰੀਗਰ ਸੋਹਣੇ 'ਚ ਗੜਿਆ, ਕਈ ਇੱਜ਼ਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ। ਆਏ ਆਸਾਨ ਤਕਵੀਮ, ਤੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਦਾ ਵਹਿਮ ਅਤੇ ਭਰਮ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਮਲ ਕਰ। ਤੈਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਤਾਲਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਇਬ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਉੱਤੇ ਭੇਜਿਆ ਹੈ। ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਪਿਆ ਵਾਓ ਮੇਰਾ ਰੰਗਲਾ ਚਰਖਾ, ਤੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਰੀਗਰੇ ਜੋੜ ਬਣਾਇਆ, ਖੇਡਾ ਫੇਰਿਆ ਨੇ ਹੱਥ ਸਫਾਈ ਦਾ। ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹ ਵੇ ਕਿ ਆਏ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੰਗਾ ਅਮਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹੇ। ਤੈਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਵਜੂਦ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਆਸਾਨ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਰਖੇ ਨੂੰ ਇਨਸਾਨੀ ਵਜੂਦ ਦੀ ਮਿਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੇ ਅਮਲ ਉੱਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਣ ਦੀਆਂ ਵੰਨਗੀਆਂ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਸਿਨਫਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੇਖੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਰੁਮਾਨੀ ਦਾਸਤਾਨਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਅਦਬ ਦੀ ਅਜ਼ਮਤ ਦਾ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਹਨ। ਹੀਰ ਰਾਂਝਾ, ਮਿਰਜ਼ਾ ਸਾਹਿਬਾ, ਸੱਸੀ ਪੁੰਨੂ, ਸੋਹਣੀ ਮਹੀਵਾਲ ਅਤੇ ਢੋਲ ਸੰਮੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਵਰ੍ਹਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਲੋਕਾਈ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰਚਲਿਤ ਹਨ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਾਸਤਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਫਨ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਕਲਾਸਿਕ ਦੇ ਦਰਜੇ ਤੀਕਰ ਅਪਣਾਇਆ। ਸੂਫੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਰਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਹੀਰ ਰਾਂਝਾ, ਸੱਸੀ ਪੁੰਨੂ ਤੇ ਮਈ ਮਾਲ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਰੱਬ ਤੇ ਸਾਲਿਕ ਦੀ ਅਲਾਮਤ ਰਾਹੀਂ ਉਗੜੇ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਰੀ ਦਾ ਮੁੱਢਲਾ ਇਸਤਾਰਾ ਬਣ ਗਏ। ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਰਮਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਹਕੀਕਤ ਨਾਲ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਬਿਆਨਿਆ ਹੈ। ਹੀਰ ਰਾਂਝਾ ਜਾਂ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਮਹੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਵੇਖ ਲਵੋ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਹੀਰੋ ਮਹੀਂ ਚਰਦੇ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਬਾਣੇ ਪਾਤਰ ਹਨ। ਇਸੇ ਪਰੀਤ ਦਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਦੀ ਸਿਨਫ ਮਾਈਆ ਹੈ। ਰਾਂਝਾ ਤੇ ਮਹੀਵਾਲ ਇਸ਼ਕ ਹਕੀਕੀ ਦਾ ਇਸਤਾਰਾ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਿਤਰੇ ਹਨ। ਆਵੇ ਰਾਂਝਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਹਾਲ ਦਾ, ਅੱਲਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਪੱਤਣ ਖੇੜਿਆਂ ਵੰਝ ਮੱਲੇ, ਮੇਰਾ ਰਾਂਝਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ, ਕਈ ਆਖੋ ਬਣ ਮੇਰਾ ਰਾਂਝਾ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਪੱਤਣ, ਅੱਲਾ ਪਾ ਡੋਲੀ ਚੱਲੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਖੇੜੇ, ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਬੱਠ ਖੇੜਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਤਾਂ। ਤਸੱਵੁਫ ਦੀ ਰੂਹ ਅਜਿਹੀਆਂ ਅਖਲਾਕੀ ਕਦਰਾਂ ਹਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਦੀ ਖਹਿਸ਼ਾਂ, ਹਸਦ, ਹਿਰਸ, ਹਵਸ, ਤਕੱਬਰ, ਲਾਲਚ, ਲੋਭ, ਹੰਕਾਰ ਤੇ ਕਰੋਧ ਤੋਂ ਵਰਜਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ, ਫਿਕਰ, ਤਵੱਕਲ, ਤਰਸ, ਸਖਾਵਤ, ਸੇਵਾ, ਤਕਦੀਰ ਤੇ ਲੋਕ ਭਲੇ ਵੱਲ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਮੌਜ਼ੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਅਨਮੁੱਲਾ ਖਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਹੈ। ਕੋਈ ਉੱਠ ਕਤਾਰੇ ਨੇ, ਰੋਜ਼ੀ ਸੁਣਾ ਰੱਬ ਦੇਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂ ਵਤਨ ਵਿਸਾਰੇ ਨੇ, ਚਿੱਟੀ ਵੇ ਲੋਈ ਮਈਆ, ਰੱਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਲਿਖਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਪੇਸ਼ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਮਈਆ, ਅੱਲਾਹੂ ਦਾ ਆਵਾਜ਼ਾ ਆਵੇ ਕੁੱਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਕੀਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ। ਤਸੱਵੁਫ ਵਾਦੀ ਅਸੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੀਵਨ ਦੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਕਦਰ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਿਤਰਿਆ ਹੈ। ਸੂਫੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਲਕਤ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਾਈਂ ਵਾਲੀ ਪਰੀਤ ਦੇ ਰਾਹ ਪਾਇਆ। ਇਹ ਇਸ ਪਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਬੋਲੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਦੀਵੀਆਂ ਕਦਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੇ ਲੋਕ ਰੀਤ ਨੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਂਭ ਲਿਆ। ਇੰਝ ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਤਲੀਮਾਤ ਤੇ ਰੂਹਾਨੀ ਕਦਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੌਜੂ ਬਣਿਆ। ਕਲਾਸਿਕੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸੇ ਲੋਕ ਮਾਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਖਦਿਆਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਲਾ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਜ਼ਮਤ ਬਖਸ਼ੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਭਲੇ ਤੇ ਰੱਬੀ ਪਰੀਤ ਦਾ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਟਾਂਕਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਰੀ ਲੋਕ ਮਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਟਾਵੀਆਂ ਤੁਕਾਂ ਅਖਾਣਾਂ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਪ੍ਰਚਲਿਤ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਇਹ ਤਸੱਵੁਫ, ਲੋਕ ਅਦਬ ਤੇ ਸੂਫੀਆਨਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਰੀ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਮੌਜ਼ੂਆਤੀ ਤਕੂਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਦੀਆਂ ਹੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਿਖੇੜਾ ਔਖਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ।
Thank you, Bhutta. Saima Iram is our next speaker. She teaches at the Department of Urdu, Government College University, Lahore. Saima Iram will discuss the concept of religious pluralism in the Sufi Urdu literature.
السلام علیکم جی، میرا نام سائمہ ارم ہے اور میں گورنمنٹ کالج یونیورسٹی لاہور کے شعبہ اردو میں صدر کی حیثیت سے اپنے فرائض سر انجام دے رہی ہوں۔ میں شکر گزار ہوں ڈاکٹر حسین صاحب کی اور ان کی ٹیم کی کہ انہوں نے مجھے موقع دیا کہ میں اپنی کچھ معروضات پیش کر سکوں۔ اردو ادب کا ابتدائی کلاسیکی سرمایہ جو ہمیں ملتا ہے اس کو باثبات بنانے میں کچھ تہذیبی اداروں کا بہت نمایاں کردار ہے، اور ان تہذیبی اداروں میں دربار، خانقاہ اور بازار اپنی الگ حیثیت رکھتے ہیں۔ سردس میں جو خانقاہ سے جڑ کے جو صوفیانہ ادب کی روایت اردو میں آئی ہے، میں اس پہ بات کرنا چاہوں گی۔ اردو زبان و ادب کے اولین سرمایے میں صوفیہ کا ایک بہت بڑا حصہ ہے، ایسے صوفیہ کا جن کے لیے جنہوں نے شروعات میں تو ہندی تصوف سے استفادہ کیا، اور ایسے ادیب بھی جنہوں نے ابتدا میں ہندی تصوف کے عناصر سے اپنی بات کو آگے بڑھایا، اور پھر اس کے بعد وہ اجمی تصوف سے بھی ایک طرح سے جڑ گئے۔ تو ہمیں یہ نظر آتا ہے کہ صوفیاء کے ہاں ہندی اور اجمی تصوف، یعنی ہندی تصوف جو ناتپنتھیوں کے ذریعے سے آیا یا بھکتی کال کا تھا، ان کا بھی ایک افیکٹ ہمیں نظر آتا ہے، اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ ہمیں اجمی تصوف بھی جس نے فارسی رمز و امائیت اور استعارے اور علامات کے ذریعے سے اپنا رنگ دکھایا، وہ بھی ہمیں دکھائی دیتا ہے۔ 6 صدی ہجری سے لے کے 10ویں صدی ہجری تک تو ہندی روایات صوفیہ پہ غالب رہی ہیں، اور اس کے بعد پھر اجمی روایات کی طرف بھی ان کا رجحان ہوتا ہوا ہمیں دکھائی دیتا ہے۔ اردو کے صوفیانہ ادب میں 2 طرح کے اس کو دو حصوں میں ہم تقسیم کر سکتے ہیں. ایک حصہ ہے کہ جہاں ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ ایسے شاعر موجود ہیں جن کے لیے تصوف قال کا نہیں حال کا معاملہ ہے، یعنی وہ صرف شعر کی حد تک تصوف سے مائل نہیں ہیں، بلکہ تصوف کی طرف مائل نہیں ہیں، بلکہ تصوف ان کے وجود کا ایک حصہ ہے، اور وہ باقاعدہ صوفی روایات سے وابستہ ہیں، باقاعدہ طور پر وہ صوفی کہلائے جا سکتے ہیں، جس میں بہت بڑا نام ہمیں درد کا نظر آتا ہے. اور اس کے بعد ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ کچھ ایسے شاعر بھی ہیں جن کو لفظ کے متعین مفہوم میں تو ہم صوفی نہیں کہہ سکتے، یا وہ کچھ حد تک ہمیں صوفیانہ روایت کے برعکس ہمیں وہ تھوڑے سے دنیا دار نظر آتے ہیں، لیکن ان کے اندر جو ان کے باطن میں جو انسان دوستی ہے، یا ان کے باطن میں جو مذہبی رواداری ہے، یا اسی طرح سے ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ ان کے باطن میں جو ایک برداشت اور ایک گنگا جمنی تہذیب کا ایک جو پرتو ہمیں نظر آتا ہے، وہ انہیں اس کا بیان وہ صوفی ایلیمنٹس کے ساتھ یا صوفی عناصر کے ساتھ کرتے ہیں. یہ ان کو جیسے 20ویں صدی میں تو انہوں نے کہا نا، جیسے اشفاق احمد نے، کہ اپنے آپ کو اور اپنے ساتھیوں کو یہ ملامتی صوفی ہیں. تو ہم کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ یہ ایک طرح سے اس وقت بھی جب اردو ادب کا کلاسیکی سرمایہ اس کا آغاز تھا، یا اس کا ایک دور، ایک پورا عہد ہمیں نظر آتا ہے، تو اس وقت میں بھی یہ گویا ملامتی صوفی تھے. تبھی تو غالب نے کہا تھا کہ یہ مسائل تصوف یہ تیرا بیان غالب، یہ مسائل تصوف یہ تیرا بیان غالب، تجھے ہم ولی سمجھتے جو نباد خار ہوتا. یہ سچ ہے کہ بر صغیر کی سیاسی اور سماجی جہاد مرتب کرنے میں صوفیہ اور خانقاہ کا رول بہت نمایاں رہا ہے اور بڑا فیصلہ کن رہا ہے. اس کی تاریخی یا پولیٹیکل اسپیکٹ کے اوپر تو ظاہر ہے کہ میں یہاں بات نہیں کروں گی، لیکن یہ ایک بالکل آبویس ایک ایلیمنٹ ہے، اور لوگ جانتے ہیں کہ صوفیہ نے اپنی تعلیمات کے ذریعے سے بھی اور بعض اوقات بزور بازو بھی انہوں نے کچھ اپنے خیالات کو پھیلانے کی جو کوشش کی، وہ ہم سب اس ایلیمنٹ سے واقف ہے. تو شریعت اور طریقت کے اس ٹکراؤ میں اگر غلبہ طریقت کو ملتا ہے تو معاشرے میں صوفیانہ فکر پیدا ہوتی ہے. برصغیر میں چونکہ درجنوں مذاہب، مسالک اور عقائد کے ماننے والے بستے تھے، تو ان تمام الگ الگ مکتبہ ہے فکر کو ایک لڑی میں پرونے کے لیے جو ایک سلک ہمیں چاہیے تھی، یا ایک ہمیں کہہ لیجیے کہ ایک ڈور کی ضرورت تھی، وہ ہمیں صرف اور صرف تصوف ہی کے ذریعے سے حاصل ہو سکتی تھی. ہندوستان کی تہذیب کو گنگا جمنی تہذیب کہا جاتا ہے، تو اس تہذیب کو تصوف ہی کے ذریعے سے رائج رکھا جا سکتا تھا. مسجد اور خانقاہ کا اختلاف اپنی جگہ، انسانی ہمدردی اور رواداری کے فروغ میں مسجد کی نسبت خانقاہ کا اثر ہمیں زیادہ گہرا اور زیادہ پھیلا ہوا نظر آتا ہے. تو اگرچہ کہ خانقاہ اور مزارات کے سیاسی اثرات کو پیش نظر رکھتے ہوئے اقبال نے اپنی مشہور نظم ابلیس کی مجلس شورا میں کہا تھا، پہلے مشیر کی زبان سے کہلوایا تھا کہ صوفی و ملا ملوکیت کے بندے ہیں تمام. یہ ہماری صحیح فہم کی کرامت ہے کہ آج صوفی و ملا ملوکیت کے بندے ہیں تمام، اور طب مشرق کے لیے موضوع یہی افیون تھی، ورنہ قوالی سے کچھ کمتر نہیں علم کلام. اور آگے چل کے وہ جو ابلیس کا جو طریقہ کار ہے، جو مشورہ ہے، وہ ہمیں وہ اس صورت میں دکھاتے ہیں کہ وہ کہتے ہیں کہ تم اسے بیگانہ رکھو عالم کردار سے، تم اسے بیگانہ رکھو عالم کردار سے، یعنی مسلمان کو یا جو جن لوگوں سے اقبال مخاطب ہیں انہیں، کہ تم اسے بیگانہ رکھو عالم کردار سے، تا بساتے زندگی میں اس کے سب مہریں ہوں مات، خیر اسی میں ہے قیامت تک رہے مومن غلام، چھوڑ کر اوروں کی خاطر یہ جہانے بے ثبات، ہے وہی شعر و تصوف اس کے حق میں خوب تر، جو چھپا دے اس کی آنکھوں سے تماشائے حیات، ہر نفس ڈرتا ہوں اس امت کی بیداری سے میں، ہے حقیقت جس کے دی کی احتساب کائنات، مست رکھو ذکر و فکر صبح گاہی میں اسے، پختہ تر کر دو مزاج خانقاہی میں اسے۔ یہ تو ہے وہ بات جو اقبال نے کہی، اور جس کی طرف ہم آگے چل کر اگر وقت ملا تو میں ضرور بات کروں گی، لیکن اس میں اقبال اس بے عمل خانقاہیت کی طرف اشارہ کر رہے ہیں جو بعد ازاں ملوکیت کے مطلب ملوکیت کا ایک حربہ بنتا ہوا ہمیں نظر آتا ہے، لیکن جو اصل صوفیہ کا ایلیمنٹ ہے اس کی طرف اقبال بہرحال اس کی طرف اس کے لیے اقبال بہرحال ایک حق میں اس کے بات کرتے ہیں۔ اقبال کا یہ اعتراض اس صوفی مزاج پر ہے جس کا وتیرہ بے عملی ہو چکا ہے، نہ کہ اس تصوف پسند کے لیے جو عالمی امن، رواداری اور بھائی چارے کے لیے تصوف کو مشعل راہ بنانا چاہتا ہو۔ اردو کی کلاسیکی شاعری میں سب سے بڑی فکری روایت اور فلسفہ زندگی ہند اور اسلامی تصوف کا مرکب ہے۔ اس تصوف کو ماورائیت، زندگی سے بیزاری، فرار، خانقاہیت یا ترک دنیا کہہ کر اس کے گناہ تہذیبی اثرات سے انکار نہیں کیا جا سکتا، نہ کیا جانا چاہیے۔ اس کے اثر سے جو اخلاقی آدرش آئے اور جو قدریں اردو شاعری کے رنگ محل میں صداقت اور حسن کے رنگ بھرتی رہیں، ان کا ایماندارانہ تجزیہ بہت ضروری ہے۔ مصفی نے کہا تھا کہ والحق کے درویشی و شاعری دوش بدوش راہ می رود، والحق کے درویشی و شاعری دوش بدوش راہ می رود۔ اور اس طرح میکش اکبر آبادی نے مسائل تصوف میں لکھا ہے کہ تصوف رسم پرستی، ظاہر بینی اور دین کے دعویداروں اور ان کے زیر اثر حکومتوں کے استبداد و استحصال کے خلاف ایک باغیانہ تحریک ہے۔ یعنی تصوف رسم پرستی، ظاہر بینی، دین کے دعویداروں اور ان کے زیر اثر حکومتوں کے استبداد و استحصال کے خلاف ایک باغیانہ تحریک ہے۔ یہ تصوف ہی کا اثر تھا کہ میر بے اختیار کہہ اٹھے تھے کہ میر کے دین و مذہب کو کیا پوچھتے ہو ان نے تو، میر کے دین و مذہب کو کیا پوچھتے ہو ان نے تو، کش کا کھینچا دیر میں بیٹھا کب کا ترک اسلام کیا۔ اب آج کے دور میں میر ہوتے تو کہیں ان پہ فتویٰ بھی لگ سکتا تھا، لیکن یہاں جو وہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ کش کا کھینچا دیر میں بیٹھا کب کا ترک اسلام کیا، تو یہاں ان کی مراد ہے کہ وہ کب کا یہ وقت ہو چکا کہ وہ اس مذہبی جھنجٹ بازی سے یا اس فرقہ بازی سے وہ باہر نکل چکے ہیں، ان کے لیے انسان زیادہ اہم ہے۔ ان صوفی شاعروں نے خدا کو پہچاننے کا راستہ اپنے آپ کو پہچاننے اور انسان کو سمجھنے کا قرار دیا ہے۔ اس سے انسان کی عظمت روشن ہوتی ہے اور انسان دوستی کی راہیں کھلتی ہیں۔ انسان دوستی کا مسلک صوفیانہ تعلیم کا تصوف کی تعلیم کا مرکزی نقطہ ہے، اور اردو شاعروں نے اس پر طرح طرح سے زور دیا ہے۔ میر کہتے ہیں کہ پہنچا جو آپ کو تو میں پہنچا خدا کے تئیں، پہنچا جو آپ کو تو میں پہنچا خدا کے تئیں، معلوم اب ہوا کہ بہت میں بھی دور تھا۔ اور اسی تناظر میں اقبال کے شعر کی معنویت آشکار ہوتی ہے کہ اگر ہو عشق تو ہے کفر بھی مسلمانی، اگر ہو عشق تو ہے کفر بھی مسلمانی، نہ ہو تو مرد مسلماں بھی کافر و زندیق۔ اور طبی غالب کا یہ شعر بھی دھیان پڑتا ہے کہ وفاداری بشرط استواری اصلی ایمان ہے، وفاداری بشرط استواری اصل ایمان ہے، مرے بت خانے میں تو کعبے میں گاڑو براہمن کو۔ اور پھر اسی طرح انسان دوستی یا انسانی جان کی قدر درد یوں بیان کرتے ہیں، کہتے ہیں کہ باغے جہاں کے گل ہیں یا خار ہیں تو ہم ہیں، باغے جہاں کے گل ہیں یا خار ہیں تو ہم ہیں، گر یار ہیں تو ہم ہیں، اغیار ہیں تو ہم ہیں۔ اور پھر میر کہتے ہیں کہ مت سہل ہمیں جانو پھرتا ہے فلک برسوں، تب خاک کے پردے سے انسان نکلتے ہیں۔ انسان دوستی کی جو روایت مغرب کے نشت ثانیہ کے بعد پروان چڑھی، وہ فرد کی اہمیت سے کلی طور پر بہرہ مند تھی۔ مغرب نے بھی تصوف کی عالمگیر انسان دوستی کو بار دیا ہے، کیونکہ اس کے سہارے مذاہب کے اختلافات، قوموں کے تصادم، طبقاتی کشمکش اور دیگر سماجی ناہمواریوں کے حل کی راہ نکالی جا سکتی ہے۔ آج انسان کو بحیثیت انسان درجہ دینے کی جو ضرورت ہے، اس پر صدیوں پہلے نذیر نے یوں اپنی رائے دی تھی۔ کہتے ہیں کہ دنیا میں بادشاہ ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، دنیا میں بادشاہ ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، اور مفلس و گدا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، زردار و بے نوا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، نعمت چکھا رہا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، ٹکڑے جو مانگتا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، اور ابدال و کتب و غوث و ولی آدمی ہوئے، منکر بھی آدمی ہوئے اور کفر کے بھرے، کیا کیا کرشمے کشف و کرامات کے لیے، حتیٰ کہ اپنے زہد و ریاضت کے زور سے خالق سے جا ملا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی۔ اور پھر کہتے ہیں کہ خالق سے جا ملا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی، اور پھر آگے کہتے ہیں کہ یا آدمی پہ جان کو وارے ہے آدمی، یا آدمی پہ جان کو وارے ہے آدمی، اور آدمی ہی تیغ سے مارے ہے آدمی، پگڑی بھی آدمی کی اتارے ہے آدمی، پگڑی بھی آدمی کی اتارے ہے آدمی، چلا کے آدمی کو پکارے ہے آدمی، اور سن کے دوڑتا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی۔ دیکھیں کہ یہاں آدمی پہ جان کو وارے ہے آدمی، اور آدمی ہی تیغ سے مارے ہے آدمی، پگڑی بھی آدمی کی اتارے ہے آدمی، چلا کے آدمی کو پکارے ہے آدمی، اور سن کے دوڑتا ہے سو ہے وہ بھی آدمی۔ یہ آدمی نامہ نذیر کی نظم ہے، اور یہ کافی طویل ہے، اور اس کے سبھی بند اس قابل ہیں کہ ہم یہاں اس کو بیان کریں، البتہ وہی وقت کی کمی کے پیش نظر میں یہیں پہ چھوڑتی ہوں۔ اچھا، حضرت رابع بصری نے اس طرح کی عبادت کی مذمت کی تھی جو صرف دنیا یا آخرت کے کسی فائدے کے لالچ میں ہو، اور اس پہ بڑی دفعہ بات کی کہ تردامنی پہ شیخ ہماری نہ جائیو، دامن نچوڑ دیں تو فرشتے وضو کریں، اور غالب نے اسی خیال کو یوں نظم کیا کہ طاقت میں تا رہے نہ میں انگبی کی لاگ، طاعت میں تا رہے نہ میں انگبی کی لاگ، دوزخ میں ڈال دو کوئی لے کے بہشت کو۔ اور اسی طرح شاہ ولی اللہ نے ایک جگہ پہ لکھا کہ مذہب کی اصل ایک ہی ہے، مذہب کی اصل ایک ہی ہے، اس کے طریقے اور راستے مختلف ہو سکتے ہیں۔ تو اس پہ شعر دیکھیے کہ ہم موحد ہیں ہمارا کیش ہے ترک رسوم، ہم موحد ہیں ہمارا کیش ہے ترک رسوم، ملتیں جب مٹ گئیں اجزائے ایمان ہو گئیں۔ اسی طرح ایچ جی ویلز نے اپنی کتاب مائنڈ ایٹ دی اینڈ آف اٹس ٹیتھر میں لکھا ہے کہ عقلیت کے حدود کی طرف اشارہ کیا ہے کہ عقل ایک محدود حد تک آپ کو لے کے جا سکتی ہے، اس کے آگے آپ کو جیسے اقبال بھی کہتے ہیں کہ آپ کو آپ کا جذبہ اور عشق جو ہے وہ لے کے جاتا ہے۔ اور اسی کتاب پہ ٹرلنگ نے ایک تبصرہ کرتے ہوئے کہا تھا، اس کو میں ترجمہ پیش کرتی ہوں کہ ذہن پر ضرورت سے زیادہ زور سماجی مساوات کی نفی کرتا ہے، ذہن پر ضرورت سے زیادہ زور سماجی مساوات کی نفی کرتا ہے، اور جو لوگ ذہن کی پرستش کرتے ہیں ان کے ذہن میں خود بخود کوئی کمی پیدا ہو جاتی ہے۔ تو تصوف بھی عقل سے زیادہ عشق پر زور دیتا ہے، تصوف میں بھی ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ انسان دوستی اور عشق پر زور زیادہ ہے، اور یہی عشق جو ہے یہ معاشرتی ہم آہنگی اور مذہبی رواداری کو جنم دیتا ہے، اور یہی جو عشق ہے یہ اردو کے کلاسیکی شاعروں کا صوفیانہ پیغام بھی ہے، اور یہی عشق بتاتا ہے کہ اگر آپ خود کو پہچان لیں گے تو آپ اپنے خالق کو پہچان لیں گے، ورنہ آپ کی جو صحیح ہے وہ رائگاں جائے گی۔ درد نے کہا تھا کہ ڈھونڈتے ہیں آپ سے اس کو پرے، شیخ صاحب چھوڑ گھر باہر چلے، اور اقبال نے کہا تھا کہ اپنے من میں ڈوب کر पाजा सुरागे ज़िंदगी, तू अगर मेरा नहीं बनता न बन, अपना तो बन। यहीं पे मैं इख्तिताम करूँगी। आप सबकी समातों का बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you, Saima. Fatima Fayyaz is our next speaker. Fatima teaches at Mushtaq Gurmani School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Lahore University of Management Sciences. Her presentation is on the influence of Rumi on the Chishti order in the subcontinent.
Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity of presenting this article in this conference. The title of my presentation is Rumi and Chishti Mystics of Subcontinent from 18th century up to present time. This presentation is aimed at analyzing the influence of Rumi and Chishti order of subcontinent with focus on 18th century to onwards. History of Sufism in India traces back to no less than 1,000 years. Amongst the numerous mystical orders prevalent in this region, Chishti order has been the most widespread and popular of all the Sufi traditions. Borrowing its name from Chisht, a remote town in central Afghanistan, Chishti order was sprouted in India by Muhyiddin Chishti, who settled in North Indian city of Ajmer at the end of 12th century. Building its foundation on the elementary principles of recollection of Creator and love for humanity, Chishti order acquired immense popularity among the masses soon after its inception in the region. What makes this order particularly distinctive from other mystical traditions of the subcontinent is its disposition for music. As Carl points out, if there is a particular genius to the Chishti order, it is that it manages to accommodate the practice of Sema. Outside India, it was the Malviya order that upheld Sema as one of its fundamental principles, and this aesthetical similarity, along with many others, served as an inspiration for Chishtiya in India. Chishti order significantly draws inspiration from Khurasani mystics such as Abu Said Abul Khair, Saduddin Hamawi, Shahabuddin Sohrawardi, Saifuddin Bakhirsi, and most importantly, Jalaluddin Rumi. Rumi's teachings with love for humanity at its core perfectly resonated with the mystical ideology of Chishti saints, and they fervently embraced it. By the time of Malviya's inception in 13th century in Turkey, Chishti order had ascended at its zenith in India. According to Carl's division of Chishti order's history, it was the first cycle of Indian Chishtiya, 12th to 14th centuries. It was a golden age of Chishti order with 5 great Sufi masters, Muinuddin Chishti Ajmeri, Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, Fariduddin Ganj Shikar, Nizamuddin Aulia, and Nasiruddin Chirag-e-Dehli. It is in this period of time that teachings of Rumi are first introduced to natives of India. While Nizamuddin is Rumi's contemporary in India, his disciple Nasiruddin Chirag-e-Dehli is the foremost Indian mystic to quote a verse from Rumi's Masnavi at his Khanqah's Majlis, The Gathering. Contemporary to Nasiruddin, another Chishti saint is Ashraf Jahangir Semnani, in whose discourses we find an anecdote quoted from Rumi's life. In wake of Rumi's impact and popularity among the Chishtis, 18th to 21st century, referred to as third cycle of Indian Chishtiya by Karl Ernst, is the most significant. It is also called the age of Renaissance of Chishti order, once again led by 5 great Sufi masters: Kalimullah Jahan Abadi, Nizamuddin Aurang Abadi, Fakhruddin Dehlavi, Nur Muhammad Moharvi, Suleiman Tonsavi, and their successors. Although the biographies, discourses, and other writings of these later Chishti saints also show imprints of acclaimed poets, scholars such as Ibn al-Arabi, Fakhruddin Iraqi, Mahmud Shibastari, and Abdul Rahman Jami, but Rumi remains the most influential figure. Numerous references to Rumi's life, thought, and poetry in Chishti literature of this period affirms the continued and profound influence of Rumi on Chishti order. In following discussion, we shall analyze different dimensions of Rumi's influence on Chishtis in this period. Fakhri Jahan Dehlvi, the Mujaddid of later Chishti period, re-centralized Chishti order in 18th century. Amongst his companions, Fakhri Jahan was known for his effusive love and devotion to Rumi. His biographers have written many such instances that reveal his spiritual and emotional connection with the great poet. At one instance, he is quoted saying, "Rumi has been a unique saint. He bestows me with special attention." It might be said that Fakhri Jahan acknowledged Rumi's spiritual supremacy in this way. Fakhri Jahan in his young age wanted to migrate from Aurangabad to somewhere else but could not decide. In order to examine and discuss Rumi's influence on Chishti order, a wide range of literature produced by them was reviewed and analyzed. It included biographies, discourses, poetry, collections, and other writings of the later Chishti saints. Some memoirs and critical histories of Chishtis were also considered while writing the content of this article. Devotion and reverence for Rumi. Fakhri Jahan Dehlavi, the Mujaddid for later Chishti period, re-centralized Chishti order in 18th century. Amongst his companions, Fakhri Jahan was known for his effusive love and devotion to Rumi. His biographers have written many such instances that reveal his spiritual and emotional connection with the great poet. At one instance, he is quoted saying, "Rumi has been a unique saint. He bestows me with special attention." It might be said that Fakhri Jahan acknowledged Rumi's spiritual supremacy in this way. Fakhri Jahan in his young age wanted to migrate from Aurangabad to somewhere else, but could not decide. Instead of ambiguity, while doing his devotional exercises, he heard this verse of Rumi from the unseen. Band boxel bash azadei pesar. Chand baushi bandesimo bandesar. After this, he got spiritual permission from his masters as well, and finally decided to migrate to Delhi in 1750 AD. Hence, Rumi's grace overwhelmed this important decision that had to change the fate of Chishtiya in years to come. After this, he got spiritual permission from his masters as well, and finally decided to migrate to Delhi in 1750 AD. Hence, Rumi's grace overwhelmed this important decision that had to change the fate of Chishtiya in years to come. It is said that a day before his demise, Fakhri Jahan kept reciting this verse of Rumi. وقت آن آمد که من عریان شوم جسم بگذارم سراسر جان شوم. Among the literary works of Rumi, prevalence of Masnavi. Amongst the list, prevalence of Masnavi. Amongst the literary works of Rumi, Masnavi was given more importance and attention in subcontinent. Shibli mentions that Masnavi reached India during the lifetime of Rumi. As mentioned earlier, we find the foremost quotation of a verse from Masnavi in the discourses of 14th century Chishti saint, Sharage Tehli. It suggests that by 14th century, Masnavi had gained such popularity that Sufis in their majalis used to quote verses from it. So their study of Rumi in Anatolia and India and explications of Masnavi in Turkish and Urdu became more prevalent and assumed a greater importance than the ones in Persian. From 15th century AD to onwards, Chishti saints started teaching Masnavi at their khanqahs, and the tradition continued in the later period with more ardor. Following a few examples. Reading and teaching Masnavi. Fareh Jahan used to teach Masnavi to his close disciples and successors. People consulted him for explanation of difficult verses. Once he mentioned his self-written commentary of a verse from Masnavi and also referred that Abdul Rahman Jami had explained the same verse as well. Someone asked if Jami had written a complete commentary on Masnavi. He responded that only a few difficult verses were explained by him, but they were matchless. In his letters to some of the disciples, he suggested to read Masnavi along with other aurads. Fareh Jahan's adherence to Rumi and his poetry also persuaded his successors and other Chishti saints to take interest in Rumi's works, which later manifested in their literature. Another prominent figure in the later Chishti saints is Ghulam Farid Chishti, a renowned Gnostic Saraiki poet. His discourses have numerous references to Rumi and Masnavi. He comments in the opening majlis that Masnavi Manavi is a treasure of Gnosis wisdom and is equivalent to Torah, Zabur, and Bible. He used the title of Sultan al-Awliya for Rumi. In one of his majalis, Farid discusses Rumi's ideology and declares some of the popular verses to be wrongly attributed to him. Then he shows some manuscripts of Masnavi, and the oldest one turns out to be devoid of those attributed verses. Farid was a well-read Sufi, and his khanqah had a huge library. It also suggests that his library had more than one manuscript of Masnavi, and Chishti khanqahs of even small towns were enormously rich regarding the literary works of Rumi. Sayyid Muhammad Ali Khairabadi was successor of Suleiman Tansawi. He had memorized Masnavi along with Quran. His sessions of teaching Masnavi were immensely popular, and even Hindus used to attend those. Another eminent figure in later Chishtiya is Shamsuddin Sialvi. He believed that Rumi and Imam Ghazali were of the equal stature. He supported the comparative study of Ibn Arabi and Rumi, which has been prevalent in Chishtiya order since long. Sialvi suggested his disciples to read Fususul Hikam and Masnavi because both of these treasures. Sialvi suggested his disciples to read Fususul Hikam and Masnavi because both of these are treasures of Gnosis and source of divine unity. While commenting about himself, he stated that he has been reading Masnavi since long, and to him, the crux of all 6 volumes is service to and obedience of Shaykh. Also, he advised that a true seeker must read Kimya Saadat in the beginning and Masnavi by the end. Once he stated that if one cannot find the company of a pious person, he or she must read and study the books of Sufism and Gnosis like Ahyaul Ulum, Kimya Saadat, and Masnavi Manavi. It reminds us of Rumi's saying, Badasmao Masnavi Shehi Mikunat, for Murshide Taliban Kertat. Consecrated status of Rumi. While Iranians preferred Diwan-e Hafiz to take Fal and Oman, considering it sacred and made it a part of Hafsin, people in subcontinent mostly looked up to Masnavi as a source of blessing. In Chishtiya order, there are many instances for this matter. Zanjani quoted that in Majlis of Shamsuddin Sialawi, he brought a copy of Masnavi and asked him to teach from it for the sake of blessing. Sialawi explained the first two verses of Nay Name. Using verses of Quran as taweez, amulet, is a common practice amongst Muslims, particularly in subcontinent. In Chishtiya order, we find a rare example of using Masnavi's verse as taweez. Muhammad Ali Khairabadi was once requested to write a taweez. He usually did not write taweez for anyone, but upon the insistence, he wrote this verse of Masnavi as taweez. Ham dua asto ijabat hamzito, aymani asto mahabat hamzito. It emphasizes that Masnavi in the subcontinent has been one of the most revered texts after Quran. Its verses have also been referred to in Quran's commentaries. Ghulam Farid used to quote Masnavi while explaining verses of Quran. In Indian culture, the most revered books and places are written and spoken with the suffix of Sharif, the noble, such as Quran Sharif. After Quran, it is Masnavi which is most oftenly called Masnavi Sharif. And there are several such examples in the writings of Chishti saints. Khudabakhsh Multani Khairpuri is a renowned Chishti saint known for his treatise on Ibn Arabi entitled Risala-e Tawqifiyya. I will repeat this sentence. Khudabakhsh Multani Khairpuri is a renowned Chishti saint known for his treatise on Ibn Arabi entitled Risala-e Tawqifiyya. This treatise is a part of curriculum in Chishti Khankas and includes numerous references to Masnavi's verses. Throughout the treatise, Masnavi is referred to as Masnavi Sharif. It is interesting and worthy to know that even the ordinary workmen attached with Chishti Khankas had developed profound allegiance with Rumi and his Masnavi. One such example is of Fakhri Jahan's disciple Inayatullah Khan. Sima as a Sufi practice was introduced in India by Chishtis. Early Chishti saints made Sima an integral part of their practices, to an extent that the early Chishti saint Qutbuddin is said to have died during Sima. Later, Nizamuddin, along with his beloved disciple Amir Khusro, became the strongest patronizer of Sima. Sima is one of the most significant similarities between the Chishtiya and Maulviya. Although in subcontinent, it assumed a different form of musical performance called Qawwali. The Qawwals mostly sing the poetry of famous Sufi poets, while Rumi is one of the most read poets in these Qawwali performances. Among the later Chishti saints, Meher Ali initiated the tradition of Masnavi Khani, Masnavi recitation, in Sima. It is still prevalent at his Khanka in Golora, Islamabad. Meher Ali's son and successor, Ghulam Muhyiddin Goladwi, was renowned for his love and reverence for Rumi. He visited Rumi's shrine 4 times. In one of these journeys, he was accompanied by the Qawwal of his Khanka, Mahbub, who was given permission to perform in front of Rumi's shrine. Many local notables also attended this Sima assembly. Allusions to Diwan-e-Shams. In subcontinent, Rumi's Diwan generally has been given less attention. This could be for a number of reasons. For instance, ghazal in subcontinent has been more often used for romantic poetry, while Masnavi was considered for more serious subjects. Also, more manuscripts of Masnavi were produced in subcontinent as compared to Diwan-e-Shams, which made the availability of Masnavi's text easier. The general interest in storytelling, an ancient and deep-rooted tradition in subcontinent, may also be a reason of making Masnavi more popular. However, among the Chishtiya, reading and quoting Diwan-e-Shams was also prevalent. For instance, Nur Muhammad, the successor of Fakhr Jahan, was asked once to explain a dream. Na shabam na shab parastam ke hadith khab guyam. Chu ghulam aftabam hamiz aftab guyam. Muharbi's successor asked his permission for pilgrimage in a letter. Tansavi wrote this verse of Rumi in his response. ای قوم به حج رفته کجایید کجایید معشوق همینجاست بیایید بیایید. It suggests that likewise Masnavi, Rumi's ghazals were also considered a sacred text and were quoted as testimony in religious and spiritual matters. In general, Chishti saints like an exuberant way of expressing love. In general, Chishti saints like an exuberant way of expressing love and reverence of Sheikh. That is why Rumi's overwhelming remembrance of Shams in his Diwan has been admired and quoted by them with veneration. Traces of Rumi's life. In literature of later Chishtis, there are numerous references to Rumi's biography. In some of those different instances and anecdotes are critically analyzed, while in others, some interpretations are made. Also, some of the incidents quoted from Rumi's life are generally not found in primary sources of his biography. For example, Fakhr Jahan used to refer Rumi's life in his majalis. Once he discussed Rumi's foremost confrontation with Shams in detail and commented that common belief of Rumi becoming a disciple of Shams is not true. Keeping in view the different sources, we can only confirm that Rumi spiritually benefited from Shams and remained in his blessed company. One of the attendees referred to Jami's Nafhatul Uns and another book. Biographer doesn't recall that book. One of the attendees referred to Jami's Nafhatul Uns and another book. Biographer doesn't recall the title and said that these texts suggest that Rumi was Shams's disciple. Fakhr Jahan responded that Nafhat's relative text doesn't prove any such thing, and I haven't seen the other book you are referring to. This critical discussion suggests that Fakhr Jahan was an opinionated person and well aware of different historical and hagiographical texts on Rumi's life. Similarly, once Shamsuddin Sayalvi narrated the anecdote of Bahauddin Balad's migration from Balkh and his confrontation with Attar in Nishapur. He then attended that Attar invited Bahauddin Balad and himself washed his feet. Also, Rumi has praised Attar in his verses. This added information has not been mentioned in Rumi's biographies and other historical texts. This tradition seems to be popular only amongst Indian Sufis. Or maybe Salvi had some text with him which mentioned such anecdote, but that doesn't exist anymore. Salvi was also well aware of Aflaki's Manakibul Arifin, as in one of his talks, he mentioned some anecdotes of Rumi's childhood which are narrated by Aflaki. Hence, Salvi must have known that the aforesaid was not mentioned by Aflaki. Urs commemoration of Rumi. Urs commemoration of Rumi. Subcontinent has a strong tradition of celebrating death anniversary of Sufis in khanqahs and shrines. Like Rumi's Shab-e Urus in Turkey, it is called Urs in subcontinent. Fakhri Jahan's biographers have mentioned the celebration of Rumi's Urs by him. It is the only example of celebrating Rumi's Urs in a Chishti Khanqah of India. Chishtis have rarely celebrated Urs of a Sufi other than saints of their own order. It shows the enormous respect and veneration of Chishtis for Rumi. The account of celebrating Rumi's Urs by Fakhri Jahan is worth quoting in the word of his biographer, Fakhri. He writes, I had the honor of visiting him. Hazrat Shaykh said that today is Rumi's Urs. If some Nai Nawaz, flutist, comes, I'll request him to play something. I have 200 rupees with me at the moment to offer him. After a while, Haja has asked both of them to take lessons of Masnavi Manavi from Shah Zahurullah. Upon listening to their sema, all the companions came to ecstasy and shed tears. Rumi's influence on the poetry of Chishti saints. Many Chishti saints and their disciples were well-versed poets. The veneration and love of Chishti saints for the Rumi are reflected in their poetry. Rumi's style and ideology became an inspiration for them. Some of the Gnostic Masnavis of Chishtis were the meter of Masnavi Manavi. Some of the Gnostic Masnavis of Chishtis were in the meter of Masnavi Manavi to pay their homage. Following is a brief overview of how Rumi inspired the poetry of Chishtis. Nawab Imadul Malik Ghaziuddin Khan Nizam was one of the notable disciples of Fakhri Jahan. He was a renowned poet of Persian and native languages. Nizam's exuberant remembrance of his sheikh in his poetry reminds us of how Shams is remembered in Diwan-e Shams. Nizam has also written a short Masnavi in Masnavi Manavi's meter. Its title, Nalai-Nay, is also derived. Nizam has also written a short Masnavi in Masnavi Manavi's meter. Its title, Nalai-Nay, Lamentation of Flute, is also derived from the opening verses of Masnavi Manavi. It also includes a few verses from Masnavi Manavi as Tazmeen. Following verses from Nalai-Nay is a Nizam. Following verses from Nalai-Nay is Nizam's homage to Rumi. Dar Suhan Sultan Sahib Ijtihad. Ghulam Farid Chishti, renowned Saraiki poet and Chishti saint, was a great admirer of Rumi. The influence of Masnavi in his poetry. The influence of Masnavi in his poetry is quite evident. Farid remembers his Sheikh Fakhruddin Kot Mithani in his poetry so devotedly that it reminds us of Diwan-e-Shams. There are yet numerous poets from Chishti order who wrote Diwans and Masnavis with Rumi's influence, but it would not be possible to mention them all in this paper. Hence, we shall end this discussion by quoting some verses from Meher Ali's Masnavi Mir'atul Irfan, which is written in Masnavi Manavi's meter and style. Meher Ali writes, راوی از هجران شکایت می کند از وصالش هم روایت می کند آمد از بهره وی پویم به او روزگار وصل می جویم به او راوی و مروی انهم گشت چون هجران و وصل اینجا به هم وهم زل علم او زل وجود داند و کوراست و چشم شهود. Translations and commentaries of Masnavi by Chishti saints. Chishtis have also remarkably contributed in Rumiology by writing numerous translations and commentaries on Masnavi. Here, we shall only mention few of the most significant contributions. Haji Imdadullah Mahajir Makki, scholar and author to many books, has written an Urdu commentary on first 2 volumes of Masnavi. This commentary was first published from Kanpur, India in 1853. On Makki's request, Mufti Ilahi Bakhsh Kandhelwi wrote Ikhtitame ba Ihtishame Masnavi Sharif in 1801. It is the 7th volume of Masnavi. No, I'll repeat the sentence. On Makki's request, Mufti Ilahi Bakhsh Kandhelwi wrote Ikhtitame ba Ihtishame Masnavi Sharif, the 7th volume of Masnavi, in 1801. Muhammad Yusuf Ali Shah Gulshan Abadi was a disciple of Shah Abdul Rahman. Muhammad Yusuf Ali Shah Gulshan Abadi was a disciple of Shah Abdul Rahim Darwish, Shah Jahan Abadi Chishti. He wrote the foremost complete versified Urdu translation of Masnavi with the title of Perhane Yusufi in 1876. It had 6 volumes and got published from Delhi in 1885. Ashraf Ali Thanavi, a renowned scholar and Chishti saint, was a disciple of Muhajir Makki. He wrote a number of books on Masnavi, including Khalid-e Masnavi, a detailed and one of the most significant commentaries on Masnavi in 24 volumes. Runamai Masnavi. It includes translation and explanation of a few opening verses of Masnavi, published in 1902. Lubbe Masnavi, translation and commentary of selected verses from 6th volume of Masnavi, published in 1915. Similarly, Hakim Muhammad Akhtar, successor of Ashraf Ali Thanavi, wrote a commentary on Masnavi entitled Ma'arif-e Masnavi in 2 volumes. Findings. This study was focused on exploring Rumi's influence on the lives, Sufi practices, and literary creations of subcontinent's Chishti saints. I'll repeat the sentence. Findings. This study was focused on exploring Rumi's influence on the lives, Sufi practices, and literary creations of subcontinent's Chishti saints. After a detailed survey of their discourses, biographies, poetry collections, and other writings, following findings can be stated. Rumi had become so popular in 14th century in subcontinent that Sufis used to quote Masnavi's verses and his biographical Rumi had become so popular in 14th century in subcontinent that Sufis used to quote Masnavi's verses and his biographical anecdotes in their discourses like Nasiruddin Chirag-e Dehli and Ashraf Jahangir Semnani, 14th century Chishti saints. Chishti Hankas, even in the small towns, were enormous. Chishti Hankas, even in the small towns, were enormously rich regarding the possession of Masnavi's manuscripts. These Hankas held sessions of teaching Masnavi, which at times were compulsive for disciples to attend. Masnavi was recommended along with Ahyaul Ulum and Kimya Sa'adat to those who couldn't find a spiritual mentor. Among the Chishti saints, Masnavi was considered as sacred as holy books. Its verses were used as taviz and quoted as testimony in religious and spiritual matters. Some of Chishti saints were Hafiz-e Masnavi, memorizers of Masnavi as well. While Rumi's Urs was celebrated in some of the Chishti Khankas, Masnavi Khani. While Rumi's Urs was celebrated in some of the Chishti Khankas, Masnavi Khani also became a tradition in Sema assemblies. Chishti Sufis have critically commented on attribution of some of the popular verses of Rumi and on his biographical accounts. They have quoted some new anecdotes from Rumi's life that are not found in existing biographies. They also supported the comparative study of Rumi and Ibn Arabi. Poetry of Chishti saints was remarkably influenced by Rumi. Poetry of Chishti saints was remarkably influenced by Rumi, and it became a tradition among them to write Masnavis in the meter and style of Masnavi Manavi. While a number of translations and commentaries on Masnavi were produced by Chishtis, it is noteworthy that Diwan-e-Shams were given While a number of translations and commentaries on Masnavi were produced by Chishtis, it is noteworthy that Diwan-e-Shams was given relatively less attention. Conclusion and recommendations. The foremost evidences of Rumi's widespread influence in subcontinent are found in discourses of Nasiruddin Chiraghi Dehli and Ashraf Jahangir Simnani, 14th century Chishti saints. Later, Chishti saints initiated sessions of teaching Masnavi at their Hankas, and their disciples were persuaded to attend those sessions. Masnavi was treated as a sacred text, and its verses were referred to as testimony in religious matters. Masnavi's verses were also used as taviz and quoted for the sake of blessing. Also, Masnavi Khani became a part of Chishtiya Sema. Rumi's life and poetry became a part of public conversations of Chishti saints, and they also critically commented on it. Rumi is the only known Chishti saint whose Urs was celebrated in Chishti Khankas of subcontinent. Their poetry and other writings were remarkably inspired by Rumi's thought and style. Chishtis have also notably contributed in Rumi studies by writing translations and commentaries of Masnavi. Rumi's influence on Chishti saints of subcontinent is an important and multidimensional subject which can provide many relative research themes, such as Rumi's influence can be individually studied on the discourses and poetry of the renowned Chishti saints. The translations and commentaries of Masnavi into local languages can be critically analyzed. Anecdotes of Rumi's life narrated by them should also be looked into with detail and compared with primary sources. Study of Rumi's influence on other Sufi orders of subcontinent, such as Naqshbandiya, Soharwardiya, and Qadriya, will also be a significant addition in existing studies on Rumi. I thank you once again for providing me an opportunity to present this article in this conference and to be a part of this prestigious event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fatima. Our next speaker is Saadia Sumbal. She teaches history at Forman Christian College, Lahore. Her talk is on constructing religious authority, creating exclusion along the metrics of knowledge and power in Pakistan. She will focus on the process of formation of Naqshbandiya Awaisiya Silsila in Pakistan.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my work with you. I'm Saadia Sumbal and I'm speaking from Department of History, Forman Christian College University, Lahore. This paper is entitled Constructing Religious Authority, Creating Exclusion Along the Metrics of Knowledge and Power in Pakistan. I will speak about the process of formation of Jamaat of Sufi-inspired Silsila, the Naqshbandiya Awaisiya, among the military and an urban middle-class constituency. How the Jamaat conceptualized and imbued Sufism with an exclusivist approach, positioning Sufism and Sharia within an Islamic discourse that categorically rejected the religion's ritual and devotional aspects. This embroiled these mutually constitutive and intersecting dimensions, Sharia, esoteric Sufi doctrine, and devotional and ritual aspects in an ambivalent relationship. The exclusion of the devotional and ritual aspects became a boundary-setting label of difference between the proper Muslims and other along a matrix of knowledge and power. I argue that in Pakistan, intra-Islamic differences and the contested field of Islamic identity politics affected and molded the country's integrated and overlapping religious identities into distinct and disparate religious categories at the micro level. The Bandis were often caricatured as fundamentalist Puritans, saw Sufism as an essential part of Muslims' moral life. However, they were and remain critical of a range of devotional practices such as pilgrimage to Sufi saints, tombs, celebration of saints, death anniversaries, visiting and worshipping graves. They positioned themselves on a middle path which strove to avoid any form of excess or extremism and consistently balanced Deoband's comprehensiveness, Jamiyat. Barelvis are also thoroughly grounded in Islamic legal discourse and tradition as the Deobandis and are not antithetical to them. An important evidence is that Ahmad Raza Khan had also advocated reform of those rituals which overstepped the boundaries of Islam. Disagreement between Deobandis and Barelvis arose on the competing imaginaries of Prophet Muhammad. The most crucial difference was the question of nature and scope of Prophet's knowledge of unknown and normative legitimacy of the celebration of Prophet's birthday, Maulud. The disagreement on prophetology produced theological pronouncements of takfir. Reading this polemic in popular and academic discourse through the prism of binaries as Puritans versus mystical is misleading. And my presentation is also an attempt to dispel the persistent stereotype that Deobandis represent the stern, inflexible Islam of urban middle classes, while the Barelvis represent popular folk Sufism. The Sufi dimension of the Deobandi movement has been explored by historians, but little is known of its manifestations in today's Pakistan, particularly now when religious identities have been radicalized and Sufism is constructed essentially as associated with the Barelvis. In this context, one of the most notable examples is of Deobandi Jamaat rooted in Naqshbandiya Awaisiya Silsila order in Wambhachra, a small town in northwest of Pakistani Punjab, which was established by Major Ghulam Muhammad in 1992, and this order promotes a Sufism closely integrated with Sharia. Many who are sympathetic to Sufism would consider this Jamaat to be orthodox, and some might even see it as Islamist. In the past decades, the order has established strong networks among the military, and this influence might partially explain the latest gradual Islamization. I explored the mechanism by which power of social networks of military was used to establish religious authority and knowledge. My focus is also on an institutional process in which military patronage helped in developing the Jamaat's religious knowledge and authority and in sustaining exclusive control of the elite on the local society, which was predominantly comprised of Barelvi denomination and was excluded along a matrix of a true and spiritual knowledge of Islam and power. The split of Sufism as a mystical philosophy from local practices associated with shrine networks is still visible in the disciplinary boundaries of scholarship on South Asian Islam. and this problematic expression of law-Sufism binary indicates conceptualization of Sufism as the other of Sharia and fundamentalism is untenable and factually incorrect. One major problem with this framing is that both the Barelvis and Deobandis were Sufi masters as well as scholars of law. The Barelvi's orientation was never mere saint worship, it is also represented a highly literate and textually anchored political theology. I will discuss the areas of convergence and overlap in the reform agenda of Deobandis and critiques of everyday religious life. Rituals and devotional practices are contested terrain, represented by local interpretations of Islam, where distinct religious identities are forged. This devotional aspect is a part of tripartite concept of Sufism, is historically grounded in the rural social space. Any contestation or outright rejection of it and the internal logics of differences led to sectarian conflict. Through a study of the local dynamics of religion in the town of Wambhachna, I will examine the penetration of the Sufi-inspired Deobandi silsila into the cadre of Pakistan armed forces. The governing elite has drawn on Sufi symbolism to bolster their legitimacy, which provided greater space to Sufism. The silsila's Sufi alim rapprochement was susceptible to the military's role in Islam. This presentation will also show that exclusion of the local society took its impulse from the Deobandi exclusionary rhetoric, strongly embedded in Pakistani politics in 1980 and 1990s. This exclusionary rhetoric based on national narrative became instrumental in shaping the Jamaat's religious discourse. Naqshbandiya Vaisya Silsila was first introduced by Sheikh of the Silsila Maulana Al-Ajjar during General Ayub Khan's military rule. Ayub used the emotive power of Islam to boost the legitimacy of state. To avoid direct participation in the politics of hereditary peers, the ulema, the traditional Sajjada-Nashin, the secular government of Ayub chose to identify itself with the doctrines of Sufism, which were devoid of political authority. By taking over the management of shrines through the West Pakistan Waqf Properties Ordinance of 1959, state leaders gave Sufism and rural Islam a new interpretation. Al-Ayyar's urban middle-class constituency concentrated on the Sufi aspects of relationship, describing it in a manner fairly consistent with the image of Sufis that the governing elite was trying to project. One example is of Pir Deval Sharif, who extended his influence over many army officials and high-level civil servants and even won Ayub's favor. Thus, a modernist version of Islam was conjoined with traditional spirituality. Al-Ayyar's vision of a Sufi as an alim who guided his adherents in the tenets of Islam in conformity with Sharia seemed amenable to Ayub Khan's identification with Sufism. The development of Al-Ayyar's constituency in Pakistan Armed Forces was the outcome of the state's policy towards Islam. The institutional support of the army constituency linked this silsila to the center of power. Maulana Al-Ajjar was born in a landowning Sarjalwan tribe, studied Hadith and Madrasa at Madrasa Aminiya, Delhi, under the tutelage of Mufti Kifayatullah, Anwar Shah Kashmiri and Maulana Khalil Ahmad Ambedwi. In 1942, he entered the path of Suluk at Naqshbandiya Vaisya Silsila, and theologically, due to his Deobandi leanings, Al-Ayyar maintained strict adherence to Quran and Hadith with great resonance in the Sufi doctrine. At the heart of this silsila lies its most distinctive feature, spiritual conversation with mashayikh in the barzakh and seeking guidance from them. This transcendental dimension of his cult, which is defined by the power to contact the sacred, established his religious authority and gave him an exclusive identity among his followers. The silsila was internally organized in the form of Halqa-e-Zikr, which took the shape of a Jamaat of Zakirin in Chakwal in the Pothohar region adjacent to the Salt Range military belt in 1960, and the Jamaat was later shifted from Chakwal to Manara in district Jhelum, which grew into a permanent center of silsila called Darul Irfan for its tablighi activities in 1977. The Jamaat propagated a message of Puritan reformist Islam spawned by Darul Uloom Deoband, along with Sufi-inspired rituals such as the Sawaf. The silsila's reformist message, steeped in esoteric knowledge of the Sawaf, appealed to the educated constituency of Jamaat, which included religious teachers such as muftis, qaris, imams, professors in the local colleges, and ulema. The silsila was first introduced in 1962 to non-commissioned officers of the armed forces from towns such as Chakrala, Talagal, Chakwal and its surrounding areas, and later introduced among the officer cadre. A sophisticated intellectualism in a framework of esoteric doctrine as well as a strict manifestation of Sharia was the perfect model for both the educated officer class as well as soldiers with a background in customary rural Islam. The Jamaat found its strongest expression in 1971 in the prisoner of war camp at Gaya in India, where a group of officers of Pakistan Army who were disciples of Ayyar established Halqa Zikr in the prisoner of war camp number 93. Ayub Khan's perception of the army as a true protector of Islam and nation and an upholder of Islamic identity was badly damaged after his defeat in 1971 Indo-Pakistan War, and the war exposed and broke the attempt to impose national identity, national unity by using religion to construct a singular homogenized Islamic identity for the country. After the exit of General Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, General Zia's military government attempted to minimize the distinction between Sufism and Sharia to make his Islamization agenda succeed. In defining Sufism and the significance of the saints, the Zia government, taking an essentially reformist position, stressed the synthesis between Sufi and Alim in its definition of saint, while denying the legitimacy of hereditary peer. Zia's Islamization once again strengthened the state's monopoly over religion by enforcing a narrower legalist interpretation of Islam based on the Deobandi ideology of Shariatized Islam. It was in this context that Ghulam Muhammad built his military constituency in the post-Zia period in 1992 based on the old connection between Silsila and armed forces. The military served as an institutionalized model and a channel to disseminate Ghulam Muhammad's reformist message. The military patronage legitimized the Deobandi theology. However, it didn't make itself amenable to Barelvi-dominated local society, which was not happy with Deobandi proselytization. The condemning of their devotional practices as deviating from normative Islam and the exclusion of shrine devotees resulted in a narrowing of the space for the Barelvis within the Deobandi circles and sharpening of religious categories. Naqshbandi Awaisiya Silsila lost charismatic sheikh with the death of Ayyar in 1984, and Ghulam Muhammad, being his Khalifa, founded a separate Jamaat in his town where he had settled after his retirement from the army. Ghulam Muhammad joined army in 1966 and was initiated into Naqshbandi Awaisiya Silsila in 1969 and got Khirka Khilafat in 1974. The process of revival or waxing only required a successor Khalifa who could continue the traditions established by the founder Sheikh of the Silsila. So as a devoted vicegerent of Ayyar, he founded a new center of cult, moving it from Chakrala to Murshidabad, where Ayyar was buried. The continuity between Ayyar and Ghulam Muhammad was not only in terms of beliefs, but in terms of social structural context in which the Silsila was built in Potohar in the Salt Range military belt and then in Vampajra. While the change in geographical location was motivated by the need to introduce the Silsila to a new social space of the town where it was less known to people, it carried challenges as well. To maintain the old religious traditions of Silsila, Ghulam Muhammad constructed his image among his followers as a chosen and dynamic Khalifa and traced the spiritual genealogy in a chain of saints from Ayyar to Ghulam Muhammad to validate the authenticity of his new cult. This Silsila is elitist. The order mainly recruits from urban middle and upper middle class constituency, notably from military, business, trade, government services, as religious ideologues and pious bourgeoisie of cities such as Lahore, Karachi, Rawalpindi, Faisalabad, Sialkot. He used the old support base of military clientele to develop his Jamaat. The central task was to make Murshidabad a sacred site, the devotees' symbolic universe, and the cultic center imbued with Sheikh's charisma. The annual Ijtima were held in Murshidabad. The Zikr sessions were periodically held in the town and in the private and individual meetings at disciples' residences in various cities, mostly in cantonment cities. And this urban Sufi network developed, which was evidenced in the Halqa Zikr, whose members used esoteric, mystical practices and Zikr to cultivate a richer inner life. With the initiation of urban client community into Silsila, his Ayyar shrine was visited and the rituals were conducted by new members who had no ancestral history in the region. This delinked silsila from its place of origin and made it more popular among urban followers who believed a pilgrimage to Murshidabad was literally a visit to a living Sufi, as Carl Ernst and Bruce Lawrence call it, an approach to divine presence over the threshold of the saint's tomb. The military officers came through the modern school system as well as through religious seminaries. Hafiz Usman, for example, brought into Jamaat a contingent of followers from Gujranwala and Lahore, and this can be understood in the context of an evolving national political and religious environment in which religion had been regulated by state in Pakistan from 1960s onwards, and the ways in which discourses of modernity of various provenances have interacted and defined what constitutes proper religion for modern people. The popular rehabilitation of visible Islamic piety was reinforced, and all this created a religiously committed middle class and stimulated the spread of religious lifeways and a deepening of personal piety. The Sufi network became part of a larger network of elite institutions, as Ghulam Muhammad concerned himself with broadening the silsila network with other institutions of power like the Air Force and the judiciary. His connection with the institutions of power formed a shared social and conceptual field that was governed by men of physical power, but in whose affairs men of spiritual power were called to make occasional interventions. As Ghulam Muhammad claimed, the spiritual association with the silsila would help them morally and ethically to dispense justice more vigorously. To make mysticism adaptable and relevant in his followers' professional and urban lives, Ghulam Muhammad exercised a decisive influence on the outcome of material desires, which enhanced his religious authority. He tied his adherents to himself with a system of spiritual help and patronage, and mediated the access of his followers to the Sheikh of the Silsila, who could intercede with God regarding his mundane life desires. The ability to master the spiritual world and reach its source of power, the power of transcendental encounter, the spiritual power of Kashful Kabur, which all empowered him to communicate with the dead in the grave, and these were the key tropes that connected him with his followers. It was in this context that Ghulam Muhammad developed a sphere of influence in the military, and he managed to stay distant from the locals but still created a community which indicates nexus between military patronage and Deobandi Islam. The Jamaat worked with a combination of prestigious clientele, financial support from the followers, and barakah. The relations between Ghulam Muhammad and his followers were extension of other socialities as well. The followers were not only Pir Bhai, but they were also consociates in many contexts, comrade in arm, and this served to deepen relations of amity between them. It countered the formal relations of hierarchy in military settings. The religion became a means to create shared relations of sociality among the followers, transcending the formal occupational relationship of the military's hierarchical ranks. Diffusion of fame was enabled by linking the silsila with the center of power, and moved from one cantonment to the other through these officials, who thus became an important motor of social and religious change. The political economy of Jamaat was an essential aspect of its ability to sustain itself, and thus those who were associated with it. The shrine network continued to operate as an economic nervous system. The client community had the economic power to patronize the Jamaat. The patronage ranged from petty cash offerings of nazar or futu, or financing annual ijtima, arranging halka zikr or special sacred occasions. He started the silsila based on the Deobandi model of teaching, the esoteric and exoteric thinking, and used his mystical powers such as Maraqba, Zikr at the gravesite, Kashful Kabur, and domination over the spiritual, the jinns, as a marketable service to attract followers and to create a niche in the social space of rural society. In the traditional rural cosmology, a peer or a spiritual figure is crucial in impeding, intervening, and transforming material conditions, regardless of his outward religious affiliation. Their interest in the religio-mystical dimension took them to Ghulam Muhammad to seek his help in their sociological existential needs. According to him, the greatest relief that he gave to people was in the exorcism of jinns, a common problem in rural community. People visited him to get amulets to cure an ailment against the evil effects of the devil. Approaching Sufism through the lens of exclusion and inculcating mystical practices within the different strands of Islam undermined the esoteric aspect and were not counted by its practitioners as a real expression of Sufism. This was evident when Ghulam Muhammad defined the boundaries of religion by denigrating tomb-based practices and said that ritual celebrations such as Maulud and Urs invoked conflict. He took a superior position, which he defined as separation from devotional practices, considering it an embodiment of true religious ideas, and declared the shrine-oriented practices as excesses and deviance from Sharia. The conflict was partially because of a division between Deobandis and Barelvis in terms of performative actions, everyday life rituals, prayers, funerals, and religious institutions from mosques to madrasas. It is instructive to note that religious ideology worked at two levels in this town. The ideology articulated by reform-minded ulema represented Deobandi, and the ideology which consisted of popular interpretation of shrine-based religious traditions marked the Barelvis, and both converged on the Tasawwuf and Sufi ethos, but the two dimensions of these ideologies continually came in conflict with each other and created division between them. His contestation of devotional practices opened a space for people to question his grave-centered practices, and he trod on modernist and reformist discourse of Sharia Islam. However, in terms of performative actions, he observed rituals and practices that carried the labels traditional, shrine-oriented, heterodox, and antithetical to Deobandi theology in the perception of a lay rural following. This indicates the resilience of local devotional traditions, which led him to embrace these practices to bolster his authority, but adapt them to his own needs by putting an Islamic content into them. The Barelvi ideologues, especially the Maulvi of the Khatib, who considered himself to be the upholder of Islam, questioned him and his claims to be able to perform Kashful Kabur and Maraqaba. His claim to salacious powers was seen by the Maulvi as a challenge to his hegemonic position and the established norms. The exclusion of local society created a social distance, which became a means of self-concealment and awe, keeping the local people in a state of mystification regarding Ghulam Muhammad's religious practices. In their view, he could not empathize with the social and cultural climate and the needs of the locality. The exclusion of local society was done along the metrics of knowledge and power with an exclusive rhetoric embedded in the reformist variant of South Asian Islam, which in subsequent years became the principal determinant of national identity of Pakistan. I use the word power in the Foucauldian sense as a strategy to exclude the local society to sustain social cohesion and homogeneity of the constituency. A common socio-cultural background and professional affiliation amongst Ghulam Muhammad's followers was considered vital to maintaining homogeneity and elite control in Silsila. He differentiated between mystical and devotional practices, classifying the former as steeped in esoteric Sufi doctrine, which could not filter down to rural common folk in a comprehensible and appealing manner. And he believed only his followers were capable of having the right inquiring perception of religion, considering rural adherents to be inferior cognitive status in the socio-religious world. And he disconnected from the local manifestation of Islam because he thought the integration of local or popular interpretations of religious culture into the silsila could only disrupt its social cohesion. Here, religion was used in terms of its functional importance to social integration and in terms of maintaining the status quo. Since the production of discourse of knowledge and the exclusion of locals was a simultaneous process, the knowledge produced in this process of exclusion created binaries between esoteric and popular devotional religious traditions. Inside the Jamaat, it created a cohesive community, which became a means of disseminating his textualist and mystical traditions. However, outside in society, it led to religious differences. Exclusion on the basis of religious differences was a leitmotif that exacerbated the conflict. A religion served as an instrument of social discrimination and boundary making along the matrix of knowledge and power. If the local elites provided a cover for Barelvi Islam, the patronage of a military constituency extended legitimacy to Deobandi theology. However, the support and patronage of a military constituency did not give Ghulam Muhammad social prominence, since he had no theoretical integration in the microcosm of local society. His relationship with Sharia and Sufism was of strict and disciplined form within the normative framework of an intellectual tradition. The Sufi-inspired Deobandi Islam did not reflect Sufism's tendency to build bridges across divides, rather it developed an ambivalent relationship with the popular devotional form of religiosity, which in turn created conflict and strife. The rituals and practices which were construed as the central fabric of social relations became source of strife, as disparate religious beliefs could not act as social cement but bounded people into competing groups. This was primarily because rural Islam, rooted in devotional practices, was contested by reformists and reduced them to some form of deviance, whereas the other two aspects, textual Islam and Sufi doctrine, were considered to be the true religion. On one side, religious identities and traditions are integrated, diffused, whereas on the other side, they are sharply defined. The former's diffuse identities that cut across communities persisted side by side with the latter's vigorous attempts to articulate singular exclusive identities rooted in a Sharia-oriented national narrative. Textual and devotional practices coexisted in a state of tension in the country. Religious authority became involved in boundary making and boundary breaking. Religion became an instrument of religious binary and social category, and this binary was created along the grid of knowledge and power. Thank you.
Thank you, Saadia. And this brings us to our next speaker, Ayyaz Gull, who teaches history at the Institute of History, Government College University, Lahore. The title of his presentation is Hearts to See God, Sama and Happiness at the Shrines of the Chishti Sufis in the colonial Punjab. He suggests that the mystical performances like Sama invoked happiness, an ecstatic union between human lover and divine beloved, and that these performances constructed Muslim identity through the shrines of the Chishti Sufis, which were considered as places of happiness.
Hello everyone, it's my pleasure and honor to speak in this conference. The title of my research paper is Hearts to See God, Sama and Happiness at Chishti Sufi Shrine in colonial Punjab. This paper has been published by the historian, Institute of History, Government College University, Lahore. The study of religion and emotion has opened new opportunities to analyze ideas about devotional practices and bodily gestures. This approach tries to disclose religious emotions and explore various linkages between devotional rituals and religious institutions. By avoiding the doctrinal dispute and sectarian exclusions that sometimes characterize the study of South Asian Islam, this research paper proposes that mystical performances like Sama invoked happiness, ecstatic union between human lover and divine beloved, and constructed Muslim identity through Chishti Sufi shrines, which are treated as the places of happiness in this research paper. Chishti Sufi shrines such as Tonsa Sharif, Sial Sharif and Golda Sharif. Among Sufi silsilas such as Sohrawardiya, Qadriya, Naqshbandiya and Chishtiya, the meeting between human lover and divine beloved has remained one of the fundamental sources of happiness. To achieve ecstatic union in devotional assemblies, Sufis use mystical performances like Zikr, Azkar, Sama and Dhamal as a means of evoking happiness. In colonial Punjab, through Sama, during Urs, Chishti Sufis used happiness for ecstatic union with God as an identity marker of Muslim community. Devotional festivals such as Urs played an important role in the construction and preservation of Muslim identity. In order to explore the role of sama and happiness among Chishti Sufis, this study draws a primary and secondary sources in English, Urdu, Punjabi, and Saraiki. Primary sources such as Malfuzat, Maktubat, gazetteers are used. Secondary sources such as biographies of Sufis and adab literature is also used. Moreover, the social and cultural history of Urs at Sufi shrines and other melas in colonial Punjab is also rooted in ethnographies of British administrators who hoped to control Indian society both through knowledge and state apparatus. This study is divided into 4 sections by taking leads from various theologians and philosophers, historians. First section theorizes the interplay between religion and emotion. Through the study of devotional rituals and symbols, the second section highlights the meaning of happiness in shrine-based communities. The third section explains happiness and sama at Chishti Sufi shrines in India. The last section specifically deals with the happiness and sama at Chishti Sufi shrines in colonial Punjab. The study of religion and emotions provide cues to explore mystical emotions such as happiness. Theologians such as Pascal and Rudolf Otto claims that the heart has its reason, which are hidden from cognition, and religious happiness is ultimately mysterious. The performance of happiness in religious life contribute a significant way to the construction of separate identity and also suggest alternative taxonomies of values. Religious experiences are saturated with happiness, yet scholars have neglected an ample analysis of the role of happiness in South Asian religious life because emotions have been viewed as mainly psychological or entirely subjective and therefore not within the field of history or the social sciences. That earlier approach, however, has been misguided. As Franks observes, the source of emotions, its governing laws, and its consequences are an inseparable part of social process. Through the observation of devotional ritual performances like Sama, it is possible to establish a data-driven linkage between religion and happiness. Happiness as a mystical performance highlights various feelings, emotional styles, certain cultural guidelines, and society most deeply held values. Emotions are embedded in implicit local ontologies. The subject rising from a focus on performance of emotion is in religion include rituals involving devotional processions, religious symbols, and group prayers. All typically involve the expression of emotion across a wide range of experiential states such as happiness. In shrine-based community, gaining God's happiness is one of the fundamental objectives of devotional rituals. Shrine-based community means a community of like-minded Muslims who trace and associate their identity with Sufi shrines. They perform and attend various devotional rituals in Sufi shrines to evoke happiness. In this study, I am specifically dealing with Chishti Sufi shrine-based community at the place of happiness in colonial Punjab such as Tonsa Sharif, Sial Sharif, and Golar Sharif. Interestingly, Ahl-e-Sunnat community associates itself with Chishti Sufi shrines and also views the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as a miracle worker and intercessor. For attaining happiness, there are great similarities between the shrine-based community and Ahl-e-Sunnat community. For both, Chishti Sufi shrines are central stage of devotional rituals and symbols. Both show keen love to the personality of Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, and the Chishti Sufi leaders, and both ascribe a fundamental significance to Sama and Dhamal and Sufi shrines. For evoking happiness, devotional rituals such as Sama were an integral part of Chishti shrine in colonial Punjab. Sama strengthened devotees' emotional engagement and bond with God. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and other symbolic religious personalities such as Sulman Tonsfi, died in 1850, Muhammad Din Sialvi, died in 1909, and Meher Ali Shah, died in 1937, and disseminated community sensibilities. Happiness did not work at the same time, and it could not be displayed simply anywhere. In order to pay attention to a specific deity, person, or relationship, rituals occurring in a particular space acted as a focusing lens. Smith defines ritual as a means of performing the way things ought to be in conscious tension to the way things are in such a way that this ritualized perfection is recollected in ordinary, uncontrolled course of things. While writing about rituals, some other scholars such as Durkheim, Clifford Geertz, and Gray Ebersole considered emotion as one of the important aspects of inquiry into religion and emotion. Durkheim opines that ritual provides a platform through which a sense of community cohesion is encouraged. Geertz is of the view that modes of motivations are an important aspect of religion, especially in terms of the ways in which rituals contribute to the religion influential force in culture. To evoke spiritual happiness, no festive activity could be completed in colonial Punjab, particularly among Chishti Sufis, without the mystical concert or devotional songs such as Sama. Sama was performed by a Qawwal who were associated with Shrine. Sama was held by Sufis at Dargah and attended by Murid and other uninitiated devotees. There is a divergence in opinion about the place of music in Muslim society. There has been unending controversy among Muslim thinkers about the legitimacy of music. In Lahore, an early Sufi, Ali al-Hajweri, died 1077, regarded listening to Sama as permissible for mystic, but under some very rigid condition. It was not to be listened without a deep spiritual urge. Only after long intervals and only in the presence of one's spiritual preceptors. Four Sufi orders, Chishti, Sohwardi, Naqshbandi, and Qadri, had different stances about the place of music in the Muslim community. As compared to other Sufi silsilas, the Chishti alone sought ecstatic inspiration in music. The Sohwardi were generally indifferent to it and recommended instead the chanting the Quran, and Qadri were opposed to music generally and to Samabil Mazamir in particular. The Naqshbandi attitude to the music was more inflexible, despite the religious attitude towards music ranging from wholehearted acceptance to complete rejection. The devotional assemblies of Islamic mysticism called Qawwali remained a popular source of happiness in colonial Punjab. The occasion of the Qawwali performance was also called Sama, emptily defined by Bruce Lawrence as hearing chanted verse in the company of others, also seeking to participate in the dynamic dialogue between a human lover and a divine beloved. Among Chishti Sufis, to evoke happiness, there were four types of song which were identified as known to the Qawwal. Songs associated with Hazrat Nizamuddin Awliya, including ritual song and Amir Khusro composition, Sufi classics known to the Sufis and Qawwal all over India, songs that perform part of performers' personal repertoire, and songs with wide popularity. The function of Qawwali music was the presentation of mystical poetry in order to arouse mystical emotions such as happiness in the assembly of listeners, which spiritual needs that were both diverse and changing. In colonial Punjab, Sufi Khanka, which served as one of the places of happiness, were centered to the evocation of happiness in shrine-based community. At the Khanka, Sama and Damal were arranged. Apart from Taweez and Zikr, God, through particular exercise of the Dargah, shrine-based community followed the famous Sufi tradition of Sama as a method of worship and a means of spiritual advancement and emotional release. The term Sama is specially applied to a form of mystical concert which is organized with the purpose to include a state of happiness with glad tidings and ecstasy in Sufis and his followers. In Sufism generally, the term Vaid is translated as ecstasy, which means becoming quiet to find God. In a devastating happiness of having God found, one may be enthralled in ecstatic bliss. Moreover, ecstasy is going of oneself into the ocean of the soul. It is flame which springs up secretly in heart of its member without visitation with either joy or grief. According to Friduddin Attar, what is Vaid? To become happy, thanks to the true morning, to become fire without the presence of sun. Two aspects of Sama, the nourishment of soul, helped shrine-based community to construct their identity through happiness. First through Damal, or in Arabic rugs, and second, the content of poetry, which shrine-based community listened to these parties of invoking love for the Sufi master. True Sama was a dance in blood, like Sama Dhamal was also means of inducing happiness and ecstasy in the shrine-based community. Dhamal was performed during Sama. Sufi either individually or collectively with their murid performed Dhama on Urs. In relation to such performances, Nizamuddin Aulia said, when Darwesh claps his hand in the stage of ecstasy, all the sins of the hands are removed, and when he shouts, all the evil desires are destroyed. The language of poetry was another source of evoking happiness in shrine-based community. The poetry for the Sama was practiced in Persian, Arabic, and Indian languages such as Saraiki and Punjabi. Qawwals used to explain the meanings of verse, which must be developed the understanding of shrine-based community about Sufis' ideas of happiness. Shrine-based communities used to perform Sufi dance in pre-colonial Punjab on the occasion of Urs, which led to the experience of hal or ecstasy. According to Chishti Sufi's philosophy, the entire universe is in hal due to the divine presence in it. However, Sama remained a central feature of Chishti Sufi order, and separate place within the shrine was accorded to Sama. As compared to Chishti Sufis in pre-colonial Punjab, the Sohrawardi Sufi did not allow common people to share discussion hall, which were mostly reserved for state dignitaries, traders. Moreover, they also did not like Sama assembly and the distribution of taweez. As compared to Hindu devotional music, Muslims did not have a strong tradition of music in their worship. But Chishti Sufis such as Hazrat Muinuddin Chishti, Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki, Nizamuddin Aulia, Amir Khusro, and Nasruddin Chirag Delvi played an important role in the development and promotion of happiness and ecstasy through Sama as a Muslim devotional ritual at Sufi shrines. Hazrat Muinuddin Chishti, the founder of the Chishti Sufi order in India, was very fond of happiness achieved through Sama. In his Sama assembly, many ulmas used to participate. Abdul Majid quotes Nasruddin Chirag Delvi book Miftaul Ashkeen that Nasruddin Chirag Delvi said, Sama is a way to explore the unexplored. Hazrat Bakhtiyar Kaki also used Sama to evoke happiness. Faiz Ahmed Faiz quotes from Iqtibas Iqtibas Al-Anwar that Hazrat Bakhtiyar Kaki took permission of Sama from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in dreams. It can be proved by the fact that he was the only Sufi who died in ecstasy while listening to Sama. He remained unconscious for 4 days and died in 1235. For evoking happiness, Nizamuddin Aulia listened to Sama. Once Amir Hassan Lasjizi, the author of Nizamuddin Malfuzat, Fawadul Fawaid, questioned Nizamuddin Aulia about some of the Sufi orders who did not believe in Sama. Nizamuddin Aulia replied, "They lack taste of Sama, therefore they do not listen." On other occasion, he reiterated that among Sufis only deep lovers listened to Sama because they were capable of it. Moreover, in the court of Ghiyasuddin Balban and in front of 253 ulmas, he successfully defended the case of validity of Sama in Islam. His shrine is called the hagiographical birthplace of Sama. Now, by giving the example of Chishti Sufi shrines in colonial Punjab, the Ahl Sunnat community, by attracting devotional people from other religious community, celebrated the death anniversary of Sufis at Sufi shrine through expression of happiness. This happiness became one of the source of its identity. The events of happiness were called Mela or Urs. In the Sufi belief, the death of Sufi was a festive activity full of happiness because the lover met with the beloved. During Urs, shrine used to become a source of happiness and entertainment for devotional community. As Raza Khan Brelvi died 1921, defended the practice of popular Islam such as the festival, celebration, customs, and rituals of devotional communities. Ahmad Raza Khan strongly believed to homage to saints, meditative powers of saints, and defended the celebration of their Urs and pilgrimage to their shrines. In colonial Punjab, Sufi associated the idea of Muslim identity with shrine-based emotions such as happiness. Chishti Sufis shaped individual and communal identity along with a social organization. One of the chief causes of Chishti Sufi success was the prismatic power of Sufi masters, which gave them the ability to work miracles. Their khanqah became a symbol of happiness, ecstasy, veneration, and pilgrimage in the colonial Punjab. There are numbers of strategies deployed in the theological framing of Sama. The great Chishti masters and later upholders of Chishti tradition shared a love of poetry and music and viewed them as central to their mystical activities. There could be no mysticism without some degree of happiness, ecstatic and jubilant expression of devotion to God. As compared to other Sufis order, the emotionalism of saints of Chishti order was more prominent in India, including the colonial Punjab. Through Sama, Chishti Sufi shrines such as Fariduddin at Pakpatan and Shah Shams Tonsfi at Tonsa, Muhammad Din at Sial Sharif, and Mer Ali at Golra Sharif played a significant role to evoke happiness in shrine-based community. Chishti Sufis primarily focus on Sufi musical activity and constructed and preserved Muslim identity. Fariduddin, through his karamat, God, which means God gifted spiritual power, popularized Chishti's teachings as an organized mystical movement in Punjab. Pakpatan Chishti Silsila's epicenter worked as a magnet to which people from all corners of India were drawn to seek blessing and happiness. Like other Chishti Sufi, Fariduddin was also fond of music. In response to criticism of music, he said, "Only God is great. Some people had buried themselves in the God's fires of love, and there are some who are confused in finding justification and non justification." Despite criticism, his support for music continued. According to Qazi Javed, Ali Hajweri, and Friduddin had different opinion on music. In addition to poetry sung by and accomplished singers, an excellent work of prose could also sound like music to discerning. Nizamuddin reported that once his preceptor Sheikh Friduddin was overwhelmed by the desire of for sama, but singer was not available. The Sheikh asked his disciple Badruddin Ashik, who was in his service, to bring the bag containing the letters he had preserved and take out and read aloud one letter and he had received from Sowardi Sufi Qazi Hamiduddin Nagori. Badruddin stood up and began to read the first lines. Fakir Zakir Muhammad Ata, a lover wants to touch the dust beneath your feet. Following the tradition of Chishti Sufis, Shah Salman Tonsfi was also very fond of Sama. There were three famous singers who were also disciples of Shah Salman, which include Mia Ahmad, Ibrahim Khan Afghan, and Mia Ahmad Jam. Mia Ahmad was his main qawwal, who usually used to sing for Shah Sulman. He did not follow a specific routine for singing, but mostly he sang on Thursday nights, which when his murshid had finished offering tahajjud prayers. Sometimes he played sitar alone, and sometimes with his student. He sang Persian, Hindi, Punjabi poetry. Ibrahim Khan Afghan was famous for his singing. He sang at different times, such as in afternoon, evening, after tahajjud prayer. Mia Ahmad Jam sung occasionally. Sometimes Shah Sulman himself sung Persian and Hindi rag of spiritual love and loved to listen these songs. Shah Shamsuddin Sialvi established his shrine at Sial Sharif and set strong tradition of discipline. He observed Sharia in a strict sense and used to avoid Sama, but there are some signs which indicate that he liked the poetry of Hafiz and Jami because the concept of God's oneness was very prominent in their works. The first Sajada Nashin of Shamsuddin, Muhammad Din Sialvi, continued his father's mission in colonial Shahpur for 27 years. His father on his deathbed advised Muhammad Din that he should not forget the place of Pir Khana and should not stop visiting Tonsa Sharif, that he would be happy to see him doing this from the grave. Muhammad Din Sialvi used to go to share grief and happiness with his followers. He supervised the construction of his father's shrines and enlarged the madrasas which was established by his father in 1844. Dance, happiness and ecstasy among Sufis were not confined to the Kayyan of Urs. Sometimes Sufi danced and went into ecstasy while welcoming their murshid. Muhammad Murid Ahmad quoted the example of Muhammad Din Sialvi and his followers that like a Sufi, they showed happiness and dance while welcoming their murshid Khwaja Hamid Tonsfi on the bank of the river Ravi. Many horses were also present at the welcome arranged by the Khuda Bakhsh Diwana, who was the Murid of Sial Sharif. Muhammad Din Sialvi had a unique interest in happiness through Sama. He liked both Sama with and without musical instrument. He did not give more importance to the voice of Qawwal. He liked both good and bad voices. For him, there was no specific time for listening to Sama. Whenever any qawwal was available, he liked to listen to Sama. Mostly the singer would be Mir, a famous qawwal who used to sing for his murshid. He strictly showed respect to Sama by sitting silent in specific position, moving his head by looking up and down for some time and then lowering his neck to shed tears. During his presence, without differentiating between real and artificial ecstasy, if any of his followers fell into ecstasy, he himself stood up and danced and advised his followers to do the same. Sometime he and all his followers enjoy ecstasy, and no one was left to care about each other. So lastly, by emphasizing the Peer Murshid bond, devotional rituals, and deep concerns for adherence to the obligation of Sharia, Meher Ali stressed for Muslim identity in colonial Punjab. For evoking happiness, he listened to Sama without music at Gulra. At Gulra's Sharif, a famous Qawwali, Sade Nere Vasve Dholan, O beloved, always remain near me, and Sikh Kaj Koi Yar, dear beloved, fulfill my wish, were known due to the shrine rather than the musical contribution. Moreover, the Urs at the shrine of some notable Chishti shrines such as Pak Patan Sharif, Sonsa Sharif, and Sial Sharif, and Gulra Sharif served as occasion to perform Sama and Damal, thus to attain happiness in colonial Punjab. Now, by concluding my presentations, I would like to share that the study of religion and emotion is passing through its Renaissance period. Emotions historians are introducing fresh dimension to explore religious emotions in South Asian Islam. By taking cues from the field of the history of emotion and mystical practices at Chishti Shrine, this research paper shows that shrine-based community used Sama to evoke happiness at Chishti Sufi shrines in colonial Punjab. Happiness remained an integral part of Chishti Sufi mystical practices. Sama-based happiness became a source of ecstatic union or meeting between Sufi shrines and God. By following the tradition of Chishti Sufi music, Chishti Sufis like Sulman Tonsfi, Muhammad Din Sialvi, and Meher Ali Shah used happiness achieved through Sama to reach an ecstatic union with God and to construct and preserve Muslim identity in colonial Punjab. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayyaz. Abrar Zahoor is our last speaker. Abrar teaches history at the University of Sargodha. The title of his presentation is Sufi Worldview and the Question of Identities in Modern South Asia.
The topic of my talk is Sufi Worldview and the Question of Identities in South Asia. Mysticism is a universal phenomenon which refers to a tendency that can be found in nearly all religious traditions of the world, including Hinduism, Buddhism, Manichaeism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In Islam, this tradition is referred to as Sufism or Tasawwuf. To be precise, the term Sufism is of German coinage. In 1821, a Latin professor of divinity, F.A.G. Tolok, introduced the term. It seems to be an anglicized version of the word Tasawwuf. As you know, the postfix ism refers to a philosophy or system. Later, the term was popularized by the British Orientalists. According to Tanveer Anjum, an individual who gets associated with Sufism or becomes a seeker of divine truth is described as a Sufi. So, identities play a significant role in the social, political, and cultural life of individuals and groups. Identity is a highly complex phenomenon. It is defined by dint of varied social, cultural, and economic factors of a person or group or community. Moreover, it depends on how one is perceived, understood, and interpreted by the others. Identity is an individual's or a group's perception of self and the other. Sufi traditions emerged in the early period of Islam and subsequently took a wide variety of devotional, doctrinal, and institutional forms. The role and recognition of Sufism expanded with its transformation from individual Sufi shaykhs to institutions of Sufi silsilas. South Asia was among the regions where Sufis started their activities quite early. South Asia was the region which was divided on the basis of caste, creed, gender, and ethnicity from early period of its history. Even after the establishment of Muslim rule in India, the class and caste-based identities of South Asian society remained intact among the non-Muslims as well as in Muslims. However, the Sufis of South Asia, who stressed upon the egalitarian principles of Islam, expressed their protest against these class and caste identities and tried to break these barriers. The notions of racial superiority and class structure in medieval South Asia were meaningless in the Sufi worldview. The Sufis stressed upon human equality and love in the Indian society. Chishti and Sohrawardi were the two early major Sufi silsilas which were established in India during the 13th century. From the late 15th century onwards, Qadriya and Naqshbandiya silsilas were also introduced in India. As mentioned earlier, historically the Indian society had different social divisions based on birth ascribed or primordial identities. Most of the medieval Indian Muslim rulers who adopted quite non-egalitarian and discriminatory approach in contrast with egalitarian teachings and principles of Islam. The ruling elite adopted the policies which were not based on social equality. There existed a considerable racial and ethnic discrimination in their conduct. Resultantly, the Muslim society in South Asia was divided into two main layers. Ashraf, meaning noble or highborn, and Ashlaf and Ajlaf, meaning lowborn. Ashraf included all immigrants from Arabia, Persia, Central and West Asia and Afghanistan, and their descendants as well as converts from the higher castes of Hindus. On the other hand, the natives, including the Muslim converts from lower strata of society, were considered as Ajlaf. The Ashraf held important positions in administrative setup under the Muslim rule. However, the common people, including the Hindus and even the local converts of the Indian Muslims, were treated with mistrust and were discriminated against. Generally, they were not appointed on high official positions in courts of the rulers. On the other hand, this classification on the basis of racial or ethnic identities were meaningless in the Sufi worldview, according to which all human beings were equal, and the only distinction among them was based on their relationship with the God Almighty, which was known to God only. In this discriminatory environment, the Sufis stood as the upholders of human equality and love. There was a classless environment in the Sufi khanqahs. People from all races, economic groups, righteous or evildoers were treated alike in Sufi khanqahs. The Sufi shaykhs preached egalitarian values, and their khanqahs were a practical manifestation of this inclusive culture. In a caste-ridden society, the Sufis provided an alternative social space which was in direct opposition to the established norms of Indian society. The khanqahs and shrines of the Sufis were open to even the low-caste Hindus and untouchables. Sufis also denounced birth-ascribed identities. As most of the principal Chishti Sufis were Sayyids, they never boasted about it. They rather preferred to be called as Shaykh or Khwaja. For example, Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, Khwaja Qutbuddin Bakhtiar Kaki, and Khwaja Nizamuddin Awliya. On the other hand, The Sufis who were associated with so-called low-caste professions or castes never concealed it. One can find many examples of early Sufi sheikhs of South Asia who adopted small-scale professions and never felt ashamed of it. Sheikh Hamiduddin Sawali, a prominent disciple of Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, used to plough a small tract of land in the village of Suwal in Rajputana. Sheikh Ainuddin of Delhi was a butcher by profession. Sheikh Mahmud Moinadhus was a maker of leather garments. Shah Abdul Latif Qadri, who is popularly known as Bari Imam, used to tend buffaloes. There are many examples of such type. It is also important to note that the Sufis associated with these so-called low-caste professions were greatly esteemed and revered by the people. Sufis not only practice this notion of humanity, human equality, they also launched a campaign against birth-ascribed discriminations through literary genres of prose and poetry. Baba Farid, the famous Chishti Sufi of 13th century, preached inclusiveness and rejected false egoism through his poetry. He says, Frida kale mede kapde kala meda ves, gunaha piraha mein phiran log kahan darvesh. Farid, laden with my load of misdeeds, I move wearing black garments, and the people see me and call me a darvish. Sufi poets like Shah Hussain, Sultan Bahu, Rahman Baba, Mastavakkali, Mian Mohammad Bakhsh, and Khwaja Ghulam Farid also preached the message of love, inclusiveness, and humanity in their poetry. The famous Sufi Shah Abdul Latif Bhutta of Sindh strongly opposed the caste system and challenged the class discrimination in his poetic composition Shah Jo Risalo, and denied all kinds of identities based upon caste and creed. Sachal Sarmast, another Sufi poet of Sindh, has addressed and highlighted the social, political, and religious issues of his times in his poetry. He rejected, for example, sectarian identities. He says, Na main Sunni, na main Shia, paap nahi na sawab, na main shari, na main wari, na main rang rabbab, na main mullah, na main qazi, na main shor sharab, zaat sachal di ki pushda, neech par nayab. The famous Punjabi Sufi poet of Qadri Shatari Silsila, Sayyid Abdullah, popularly known as Bulle Shah, questioned and denounced the birth-ascribed identities in his poetry. A verse from one of popular kafis of Baba Bulle Shah best explains the Sufi position on this issue. He writes, Na main Arbi, na Lahori, na main Hindi, Shair Nagori, na Hindu, na Turk Peshori, Bulla ki jana main kaun. Neither I am an Arab, nor of Lahore, nor am I an Indian from the town of Nagaur, neither I am a Hindu nor a Turk from Peshawar. Who am I? Bullea. At another place he says, Chal Bullea, chal othe chaliye jithe sare anne, na koi saadi zaat pechane, na koi sanu manne. Let's go, Bullea, to the land where nobody asks about your creed, caste. When Bulle Shah accepted Shah Inayat Qadri as his spiritual mentor, who was from a Rain clan, he was taunted and condemned by his family and friends. Bulle Shah rejected his Sayyid identity as follows. Bulle nu samjhavan aaiyan, paina te barjaiyan. Man le Bullea sada kehna, chhad de palla raiyan. Aale Nabi aulade Ali nu tu ki leekan laiyan. Jehda sanu Sayyid sadde, ਦੋਜ਼ਖ ਮਿਲਣ ਸਜ਼ਾਈਆਂ ਜੋ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਰਾਈ ਆਖੇ ਬਹਿਸ਼ਤੀ ਪੀਂਘਾਂ ਪਾਈਆਂ. Bulle Shah's sisters and sisters-in-laws came to convince him, Bullea, please do as we tell you and leave the Arai's company. You are born into the family of Prophet. You are successor of Ali. So why do you ruin your family's name like this? Those who address me as Sayyid shall be condemned to hell. Those who address me as a Rai shall ride the swings in heaven. However, having said this, there are contrary evidences as well. For example, most of the lineal descendants of these Sufis reverted back to South Asian culture of class-based divisions in the contemporary period. Most of these Sajada Nashins are now among the political and social elites of the South Asian society, and they generally maintain a measured distance from the common people. Likewise, during the Pakistan movement of 1940s, for instance, the Sajada Nashins and Gadi Nashins played important role in sharpening religious identities by using the platform of All India Muslim League, as well as by using their informal institutions of dargahs, madrasas and mosques. The Peers and Sajada Nashins toured the length and breadth of the country, particularly the Punjab, Sindh and NWFP, and exhorted the Muslims to vote for the League. Prominent names among them are Peer of Manki Sharif in NWFP and Peer Jamaat Ali Shah in Punjab. Thus, these Sajada Nashins and Sufi dargahs played an important role in sharpening religious identities for pursuing a political goal. In a nutshell, while Sufis generally rejected class, caste and religious identities and provided inclusive social space at their dargahs, there are examples such as the Pakistan movement when Sufis sharpened and crystallized religious identities.
And this brings us to the end of our virtual conference on Sufi's sacred material worlds. We are very grateful to our speakers and look forward to having them again very soon in one of our next conferences. And I especially thank our audience for taking out time for us. Please do join us in our next conferences as well. Goodbye.